The National Police Service has warned of unlawful conduct today as Kenyans mark Sabas Saba Day, a day when Kenyans took to the streets in 1990 to demand free elections. In a statement, NPS spokesperson Mushiri Nyaga warned the public against engaging in violent protests and destruction of property. While acknowledging the constitutional right to peaceful demonstration, the NPS urged the public to exercise this right in accordance with the law. The police warned against carrying weapons during the protests and stressed that assemblies must remain peaceful. Meanwhile, Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has urged Kenyans to embrace peace. He was speaking on Sunday during a funds drive in aid of a Catholic church in Tigania West Sub-County, Meru County. Murkomen said police officers should not be blamed for dealing with situations that threaten security during protests.
Askari pia wakuwe na information nzuri na wananchi kwa mambo ya kazi ya kudumisha amani kwa taifa letu. Nimeambia askari wetu wakuwe wapole kama njiwa, wakuwe wapole na wazuri kwa wananchi. Lakini kama ni kupambana na majangili na wale ambao wanataka kuharibu mali ya umma na wale ambao wanataka kuua wananchi wengine ama kuua polisi, wawe wakali sana kuhakikisha wananchi wanadumishwa amani. Mnataka namna hiyo ama hapana? Hatuna nia ya kudhuru mtu yoyote, hakuna nia ya kudhuru mtu yoyote. Nia yetu ni kuhakikisha nchi yetu imekaa kwa amani.
Murkomen also warned politicians against inciting young people to violence during the planned demos.
Kwa hivyo mimi na viongozi wote ambao katika idara hii tutasimama imara kidete kuhakikisha kwamba mwananchi analindwa, mwananchi mali yake inalindwa na nchi yetu idumu kwa amani. Ama mnasema nini kwa watu wa Meru? Lakini wale wanatuletea shida na wale wanatumia violence kufanya siasa ndio ambao wanaharibu nchi yetu. Polisi hawako katika siasa. Polisi sasa wanapata kazi ngumu kusimamisha wale ambao wanatumia fujo kufanya siasa. Mimi nawaomba wa Kenya, nawaomba kwa heshima na dhati, tuwakatae viongozi ambao wanatumia fujo kufanya siasa yao.
President William Ruto has dismissed criticism surrounding the construction of a church within the State House grounds. Ruto said he's merely renovating an already existing place of worship that serves over 300 families residing and working at the official residence of the head of state. Speaking on Sunday during a church service, the president defended the move, saying it was hypocritical to expect him to support church construction across the country while the chapel within State House remains in despair.
Kanisa ya watu 300 inaweza kufikaje 1 billion sijui na ngapi? Tafadhali jameni, wacheni porojo, wacheni propaganda, wacheni chuki. Mnachukia kanisa ya Mungu kwa sababu gani? Ile kanisa tunajenga pale, sijui hao watu wametoa wapi mabilioni. Kanisa tunajenga pale ni ya kutoshana na wale watoto wetu tuko nao pale, familia 300. Tuko na Sunday school pale, na mimi sijaanzisha, nimekuta kanisa iko hapo. Ile kitu nimefanya tu, nimesema badala ya kuwa kanisa ya mabati, wacha tujenge kanisa kama ile yenu mko naye ya mawe.
US President Donald Trump has hit out at former close ally Elon Musk over the multi-billionaire's plan to launch a new political party. I think it's ridiculous to start a third party, said Trump, speaking to reporters on Sunday before boarding Air Force One. It's always been a two-party system, and I think starting a third party just adds to the confusion, he added. After teasing the idea for weeks, Musk posted on X over the weekend that he'd set up the America Party to compete against the Republican and Democratic parties. Trump and Musk were formerly close allies, with the Tesla boss leading the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, which is tasked with helping to cut federal spending. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human, everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he'll not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, arekodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, dhabdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka.
The Ministry of Health. When you are unwell, you need a healthcare partner who will prioritize your welfare. Aga Khan University Hospital has brought specialized care near to you through their 54 medical centers across East Africa. And now the hospital has brought world-class care to Raptor Road, Westlands at the Promenade Building. Some of the specialist services offered in this clinic include family physician, pediatricians, well baby, gynecologist, ENT specialist, counseling psychologist, nutrition and weight loss, among others. The Aga Khan University Hospital has also made medical checkups more available through our subsidized wellness packages. These packages are available at a clinic in your neighborhood. Do not wait until it is complicated. When diseases are detected early, there are more treatment options, better outcomes and quicker recovery. From as low as 10,450, you can get a comprehensive medical checkup in this clinic and at any of our medical centers. Visit any Aga Khan University Hospital Medical Center in your hood today or call 0730-011-888. Aga Khan University Hospital. World-class care here and now.
Traffic.
Probably not see too much with traffic this morning. We're going to get into the city. Just a little bit of that. Looking like it will be quite something this morning as we come through the morning. Traffic is flowing in some parts. There are many roadblocks around the city, but we'll not see much of that as we go through things this morning. We're going to keep an eye on all of this and see how it comes through. And we'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, # The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.
Very good morning to you, and I can't hear myself. I don't know if Lydia Eve wants to do something over there. Mike's. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hello.
Good morning.
Nada. Can't hear.
Nothing. Zero.
Nada.
Hakuna.
Now I can hear myself.
Imeenda mgomo. Roadblock.
The earphones even had a roadblock.
Yeah.
So assuming that I couldn't hear. Muko nyinyi salama?
Salama salmini.
Very good morning to ya. Dennis Aseto.
Niko salama. Nashukuru.
Niko salama.
Today has been cat and mouse.
I'm telling you.
Oh, but we made it. Mungu ni mkuu.
Mungu ni mwema, I'm telling you.
Mungu yu mwema.
Hey.
Mungu yu mwema.
Okay.
Mungu yu mwema kwangu.
Hallelujah. Are we not continuing?
Shetani ashindwe.
Kabisa.
Shetani ashindwe.
Kabisa.
Shetani
ashindwe sana.
It's a good morning. I was also trying to confirm whether I can hear myself.
Where? Let me tell you. You know, I've always wanted to do it, and I think I'll do it when we see her again. I've always wanted to say to Lydia, let me tell you Mina, because you know her name is Mina.
Yeah.
I need to remember that. We're coming off the weekend into a morning of roadblocks. Everywhere you look, getting into the city today was interesting. At least trying to get from where you're coming. We know that a lot of folks are not going to be allowed to pass through, at least not in vehicles. We're likely to see that a lot of that will be foot traffic. And it looks like it's going to be really sticky, guys.
It's not a normal day for very many people. And in many offices. How many people do you see across there? I'm only seeing...
I see EVE.
EVE. And who else is there?
She's actually standing. She's actually standing.
alone.
She's not sitting.
Yeah.
Wait, are you sitting or standing?
She's standing.
She's climbing now. She's climbing.
Only one person. That room is normally full.
Yes, it is.
By this time. So... the interruptions, I don't know. Today is going to be an interesting day.
It's going to be an interesting one, just to be able to see, to really see how the day will come. It's just 6 o'clock, and already things are looking interesting. That folks have been asked to, get out of the vehicles to walk, get out of public transport to walk. If you're going into the city, if you're not interested in walking, then turn back and go to where you came from. So we see roadblocks around the city, and we see APs. Then manning those blocks. So, it's going to be an interesting day. Let's see. And from the very beginning, we can speak into this day and pray for safety and pray for, just logic and good common sense to prevail over anything else. And that sanctity of life, as well as, just acknowledgement of life will take place. So we can hope for the best today, but we will have to cover the day and see what it's going to look like, and of course be able to inform you. Good morning, everybody. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation on this 7th day of July 2025, 7/7/2025, and we will be getting into a number of conversations today. It is Sabas Saba Day, which has a historic pivot for a lot, where there was the fight essentially for multipartism. And this day then came out when people said, you know what, there's got to be more people that can rule the roost. In this case, the fight was for that many more people should then be able to put in their desire for leadership. We'll do a lot more in terms of what the day means and its significance around the conversations that we will be having today. All right, so we'll let you know what some of those conversations will be. At 7 a.m, we will have a conversation with Njeri Gathongo, who is a former Runyenjes Member of Parliament, and Duncan Okachi is an advocate. The power of protest, shrinking civil space, and threats to freedom of assembly. We've heard many things over the last 3 days alone. And then waking up this morning, we've seen many things. So we'll have that conversation at 7, and we'll talk about, where this has all come from. There have been calls, don't come out in the streets. Raila Odinga has said, I'm the one who started Sabas Saba, and I'm telling you, don't come out into the streets. What do people have to say about that? Some of the conversations that we'll have at 7 o'clock. Interesting one already. And then at 8 o'clock, Professor Noah Midamba is a foreign policy and defense expert, and Professor Macharia Munene, my lecturer at some point, is a political historian, will join us, and we'll talk about Sabas Saba in the 2020s. Sabas Saba in the 90s. Very different from what it has come to be in the 2020s. We'll talk about that, and we'll talk about youth, democracy, and disillusionment. Speaking about disillusionment, we did hear the Nairobi women rep, Esther Passaris, say, you know what, this protest is made up of people who are disrespectful, they don't have candor, they don't have etc. You're misbehaving, more or less. Okay, so what does it look like now? Those are the conversations that we will have then at 8 o'clock. And then at 9 o'clock, we'll be talking about the church itself, and the one that will be built or is being built, and essentially what it means. We'll talk about that, and we'll give you the details of who we'll speak with at 9 o'clock. So those are the conversations that we have for this morning. Thank you for already getting into the room. As you do, our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X, and our audience on KTN, everybody with, razor sharp focus in terms of what will be happening today and what it essentially means for Kenya into the day and then moving forward. So thank you for being here this morning. We'll say hello to you in just a while as you get into the room. We know that those of you who listen and don't necessarily speak make up a larger part of the audience. So thank you for being here this morning and join us in these conversations because they're important to have. All right, Dennis, you've taken us to a different country, I reckon.
Yes, we are in a different country, but still within the East Africa region. But now the country that you're talking about, just on 62 years old, got its independence in 1963, has a coastline that goes all the way from Vanga to Kiunga, and has about 333 miles. It is a country that goes down in history as being a country that shut down its finance bill in 2024. It is a country as well that today, as Kenyans wake up, is a country that has roadblocks. The capital is Nairobi. Yes.
Oh,
finally we are
landed
home.
this plane.
I couldn't wait.
You couldn't wait. Yeah. So it is a country that has a wide array of ethnic communities in there, and all that continue to do everything to build the country's economy. The economy of the country is considered to be the largest in the region, that is the East Africa community. Now, our proverb of the day comes from our former president, Daniel Arap Moi. Siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya.
That's the proverb.
Yes.
Siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya.
Yeah. That's interesting. Because we could take it for its literal meaning.
Yeah. I mean, it's just literal.
It is. Bad politics. Yeah.
Bad governance.
Bad governance. You're going to have bad everything.
Yep. Bad leadership. Bad economy.
Yeah.
Everything bad.
And, we often talk about the fact that, when we say sometimes, politics, and people say, well, I'm not really interested in politics. And I say, well, you don't have a choice, because politics leans into and affects everything that you do or that you are part of, But unfortunately, I think that sometimes we mix politicians with politics. You can't separate yourself from the politics. It just is. It's everything you do, and you must have a voice. So I think that if the politics is bad, whether you're looking at government or whether you're looking at even, because there are politics everywhere, whether it's in family, whether it's in education, whether it's in friendships. If the politics is bad, then you've set a bad precedent for how you want to move.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting. I met someone over the weekend who told me they've not watched the news or followed what's happening locally, politically speaking, for the last 15 years. Stayed away because of things that they had to go through as a result of bad politics.
Yeah.
And so they've never bothered to check what's going on. And you know, I thought about it. It's relief, yes. It's a way of just reducing your stress levels by not watching the news or following up what's going on every day. But by extension, it affects you indirectly and directly. So it's a question of whether you like it or not. Politics will always affect every
aspect of your life, pretty much.
Sphere of our contents, every part of our lives, from the economy, socially, even I dare say spiritually, it'll affect so many things around. So that's the space where we live in.
I just look at it from the aspect that a lot of people have disassociated themselves from politics because they say politics is a dirty game. But then again, if you look at it, how do we consume this politics and what are we doing as the citizenry to change the game? You know what I mean? Because look at it in terms of it is the so-called political class that comes with policies, that comes with decisions, especially economic ones. Now, so today we talk about, let's look at our healthcare. There is politics in it. Talk about education. There is politics in it. You know, and as much as one would want to just stay away from it, it is upon us because we are the citizenry with the sovereign right to change the politics and make it work for us. Siasa mbaya, we can't allow it to continue. Sorry, yeah.
Why are you sorry? Don't be sorry.
You know, I once interviewed a former senator, and she told me, I mean, like I agree with what you've just said. I mean, she was basically coming from a very professional background, stepped into the politics of this country, and she discovered she wanted to really do good, you know, and then she discovered to even put up a motion to get numbers, you have to bribe. She went in there and she said, that is hell. Like, it changes everything about what you believe in. It will affect your value system, your belief system. It will affect everything because of how dirty it is. And so you either compromise or you stand your ground and you will never ever move, because those around you who practice bad politics have ensured that the waters are so dirty that it will take a long time to clean the entire system up.
Very true. That's it. Can't run away from it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It'll take time to clean the system up. Wow. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Wacha tuseme habari za asubuhi. Robert Tobogo says, good morning, tuning in from Mombasa this morning. It was interesting also to see the fact that, you know, folks who were trying to come back from summer tides in Diani then were not allowed to do so into Nairobi. They were not allowed to come back, and there was profiling in terms of, you know, roadblocks rather, and then folks were asked, you know, where are you going, how old are you, this kind of thing, where are you going, and then were essentially prohibited from getting in. And then Gafla Bin Vu, magic abracadabra, pull the rabbit out of the hat. The expressway train at 10 p.m. now had technical issues, and then it wasn't able to come into the city. Go figure.
Yeah.
I'm just saying these things are happening.
Yeah, and
whether you want to connect them is up to you.
Yeah,
I'm
and
just
it's
telling
not
you
just
what
that,
happened.
because even this morning while I was coming in, there are vehicles from the western part of the country. So we talk about the NR coaches, Nyamweya Express, usually use Wayakwe. But on my way here, they've been diverted, I think, at Gitaru to use the southern bypass. Then they've come to Naivasha Road. But still, even then, the vehicles are not allowed to access the CBD. So everyone else who's coming to Nairobi has to drop off at Kawangware and find their way.
So hang on. So if you're coming from Nyamira, Kisii, Western, and you're using that road, and then you get diverted through to use the southern bypass.
Yeah.
So you have several options.
Yeah.
So you can cut through Kikuyu.
Yes.
There's Langata.
So now then at Langata,
So there's a roadblock.
there's roadblock at Langata that you can't access.
And then there's one that gets you now to Mombasa Road.
Yes. Yes.
So from Mombasa Road, they've cut off GM.
So they've cut off at GM, but the thing is that if you're at GM, you can go a back route and then go through. So they're turning people back. So at GM, they cut you off. You can't go forward towards the city inbound. So you're going to take the U-turn. Take the U-turn.
Can you use Enterprise?
To go where? How are you going to get to Enterprise and you've come from GM? There's no road.
You can't.
Plus, there's AP personnel at that road as well. So you can't even cross over. First of all, it's an illegal turn.
Yeah.
And then so there's folks standing there. So folks who are coming in from the city out towards Mombasa Road are allowed to go through very slowly, albeit. But then folks who are coming in from Njeri are asked to turn back. So find your way into Embakasi, whatever. But then if you're still trying to get into the city, you go back, take I can never say it, Kiangombe.
Oh, Kiangombe route, yeah.
Take that route, and then you can come out through Libra House, and then get back onto Mombasa Road. But the question is, what happens when you get to the Nyayo Stadium roundabout?
Yeah.
So there's another roadblock.
So let me ask, so have they blocked the expressway as well?
No, expressway is functioning. For now, it's functioning. So
you can use the expressway then if you're coming from Kitengela, the river, all the way to
the city.
To Haile Selassie.
Yes.
So they've blocked now access into the CBD once you get out of the expressway.
Yes.
Why not shut the expressway anyway? Because if you're using it and you can't still access the CBD,
what's the purpose?
What's the purpose? I mean,
I know.
Like I say,
are flights coming to Nairobi?
I don't know.
But there are flights also. Do they have a block?
I don't know if the airplane that's coming from where had a technical difficulty, but I don't know. We'll see.
Well, those who fly, not necessarily those who go to the streets. That's the assumption.
That's the assumption. That if they're flying, the likelihood of them protesting.
And the expressway also, if they've not closed the expressway, it means also those who are using the expressway most likely are not going to go into the protest. That's assumption.
Yeah.
So if you're using barabara za kawaida, you are the target. So if you're driving and you want to access the offices, because the CS...
Which one?
Said yesterday... Everybody who's working government, regional offices, Nairobi, you must be at work. There is no holiday.
Yes.
Yes, he did.
So all the public servants, how do they get to the offices then?
C'est la question, no? They might be a tad late.
Yeah.
Yes, but we'll wait and see. So that's what it kind of looks like already. Or they should have just declared it a public holiday. If they're going to block people from getting into the city anyway, all schools have closed. All schools sent the circular over the weekend.
Malls have closed.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah. Shops in town have closed.
Yeah.
Banks have closed.
Yeah.
You should have sent the circular and say, Atunini. But it's not a bank holiday per se, but you're not going to be able to go into the bank if you were. 77 Blessed Day Spices, says Vidi Mwangi. Rose Grace tuning from Tamu. Good morning, Spice team. Let us pray for the country, indeed. Bonjour, mes amis, says Michael Olande. That means good morning, my friends.
Good morning.
Bernardito says good morning from Doha, Princess Ndu and Dennis Squared. The government is now living in fear of its citizens. Where? Don Saba has gone to Shah and he says, if Shah is working and good, why are MPs and CSs not on Shah 100%? Why have private medical schemes? Dennis, please answer me. He didn't say which Dennis, but why don't MPs have private medical schemes? You want to think about that? Stew in it for a moment. Eugene Odhiambo says, good morning, Spice FM. It's Monday, 7/7/25. Indeed it is. Hopefully we shall all be well and end well today. Listening in from Kikuyu. Good morning, DND. Good morning to you. Jogu Monica says, good morning. This is indeed the day the Lord has made. It is. And we shall rejoice and be glad in it. Jack Katambo is greeting us and says, good Sabas Saba morning from Narok. Our voices must be heard. Indeed, they must. Mashari and Njeri is tuning this morning. Cry, my beloved country. Another week of political grandstanding and competition. Yeah, indeed. Edetatu, good morning, Daktari. You're still talking about the forced vaccination of children without parental consent. That which happened yesterday is completely and totally unacceptable. Okay, perhaps we need to have a conversation about that. Stanley Ngashe says, good morning from Juja Farm, aka Mount Kilimambogo. Pray for the safety of everybody. Isaac Doritos tuning from Luxembourg. Good morning. Monica Oile tuned in and says we pray for today. Indeed we do. Tibbs Muge says good morning, Spice FM. What's happening in West Pokot? Yeah, we saw that 12 suspects confess. Punctuation here helps. One missing. Yes. Erica War says good morning, guys. Kenyan is tuning from Nairobi. I go by Pan-African on the streets, but I've been locked out of my online accounts for a while. Why? Been tuned in consistently, though. Thank you so much for always joining us every morning. Hello, Princess Ndu. Good morning, Leo. Aseto and Dennis. Is it by default or ingrained human nature to defend or oppose based on one's prejudice, religious beliefs, or political inclination? Well, I think it depends on those. That you defend or oppose based on those three. It really depends.
Yep.
But it's based on those three. It's not human nature. It's your inclinations that makes you make the decisions. Carol Nyambura says, good morning. Now, Apendasana, good morning to you. Hisa Daniel is tuned in. Get ready, says Gode Jonte. Isa Mavenge tuned in this morning. My prince, good morning. Abducted, killed and eaten. The story of West Pokot cannibals from Uganda should worry every parent. Your children are not safe. My friend, the things that are coming out. Crazy. Even stories that have come out over the weekend after a court injunction has been lifted over some behavior of some teachers in one of the country's national schools is a big deal. Are children safe? From Bonnie Lake, Washington, Joe Mungai, good morning to you. Kavoy Felix says, good morning. Here comes Sabas Saba. Let's protest peacefully, you say. Edgar Sanya is tuned in this morning. Mama J, good morning. Today we lose more kids and businesses to Mandamano. We don't. Let's pray right, shall we? We pray for our country, indeed. We will not lose. Mkamwa says, good morning. Sabas Saba is here. Let's pray. The government shows restraint. Mtuflani, good morning. Do your kids have Kenyan accents? I don't know. What are those? It's interesting. Collins Otieno says, good morning, Team Spice. Bwangi Juma is tuned in. You promised us cash in our pocket. That's why we're coming for you. That's what you say. Hukuinje roadblocks everywhere, says Thomas. Baga Joshua, good morning. Sir Blaze says good morning as well. Nish tuned in. Good morning. Douglas Kibogong, everybody's tuned in this morning. Onganyi Malala, good morning to you. The sisters, good morning as well. Amayo Keo says good morning. Iregiwa Johi says good morning, team. Let's go. Margaret Masharia, good morning. What is he really afraid of? Young people with flags and phones? That's a good question. Nicholas Rotich says he's tuned in this morning. Kennedy Ongwai, good morning as well. Elvis Kirando is here. Sinichenko is tuned in. Eileen Jones tuning as well. May the universe protect Kenya today. Indeed. Getting us loud and clear is Vincent. Jerry Saidit is also tuned in. Enoch Mohol, Beatrice Omanwa. Young Jedi, good morning. Thank you so much for tuning every morning. Karibu Sana. Christian Vulimo says, peace be still in our country today. Amen. Lena Mwaniga says good morning. Engineer Karaoke is tuned in as well. Siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. Interesting saying from the former president. Well, indeed. Vincent Ndongo. Mutuflani is saying how much money is being lost today. Interesting one to think about. And more. Isaiah Mwangi Mburo, David Hudson, Nyakundi Emmanuel, good morning. Giovanni Restone, good morning. Keep up the good work, he says. Thank you so much. Jibril Hassan, Simon Kibiru, Ahmed Sahal, good morning and say may Allah bless Kenya. Indeed, may it be. Guys, so many of you tuned in this morning. Conversations to be had. Karibuni Sana, and thank you for joining us. I don't know what I did or somebody did with my newspaper. Hii siasa mbaya.
Maisha
mbaya. Mwenye alichukua gazeti yangu.
Okay. EVE.
Siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. Ndio no?
Yeah, you've been paid.
How much did they give you? How much? Oh, you want me to read that line from there? How much did they give you?
You know what? Just have mine.
The little engine that could is
There
coming.
you go.
All right. Kenya's bold newspaper, the headline, The Standard. Don't kill our sons is on the front page of the headlines of The Standard today. In a clear case of increasing lawlessness and the rule by goons, mothers meeting to call for restraint from police during today's protests were visited by a gang of club-wielding thugs who broke into the compound of the Kenya Human Rights Commission. I mean, for crying out loud. They violently scuttled the event, citing orders from above. Not intimidated, the mothers regrouped and proceeded to Muthangari police station, and from outside the gates delivered their message: don't kill our children during Sabas Saba. I mean, for crying out loud, they had a press conference inside the compound of the Kenya Human Rights Commission. But still, somebody said, Amri kutoka juu, this meeting cannot take place. I don't know. Looking at other headlines that are making their ways into the papers today. Low tobacco taxes light up disease crisis, anti-smoking group warns. It's a crisis still. Wahome issues warning as land grabbers target school property. Wahome, in case you're wondering, is the CS for Lands, Cabinet Secretary Alice Wahome. 108 Eritreans arrested at the Kenya-Uganda border. Chaos as goons attack mothers rising up against police brutality. Free emergency services as private hospitals prepare for anniversary. And Gen Zs rekindle the 1990 reform spirit, asking for good governance. So yes, the birth of Sabas Saba, this movement, was in the 1990s, but now we're looking at it in the 2020s, and they're saying, you know what, it's coming back alive. Schools in major towns closed in fear of protests. It's another headline that we're looking into. Agonizing wait for families of 2 missing Gachagua party members. So one of them, Jockey, who actually was here, and then the other gentleman were arrested and then let go and then rearrested on Friday. For what reasons? And it's interesting because it's the anti-terror police unit that is arresting these individuals. The question is why? Why? Those are some of the headlines that we're looking at. Kindiki's talking tough, apparently. And he's saying that he's got a tough task of digging out the Gashagua's deep roots in Mount Kenya. We'll see that, how it goes. All of this amid, waiting to see what happens. Murkomen and Chekepmoy, it's so difficult for me to say, but they rule in the Nairobi marathon meet. We saw that happen yesterday, and we also did see that Chebet and Kipyegon made history with world records in Eugene, the Diamond League happening in Eugene over the weekend. And yet again, Golden Girl Faith Kipyegon breaks the world record. Double Olympic champion Beatrice Chebet celebrates after setting a new world record in the women's 5,000 at the Diamond League in Eugene. And Olympic champion Faith Kipyegon after breaking her own 1,500 meter world record. I will never stop celebrating these ambassadors for country. These women did an excellent job over the weekend, and sportsmen and women always are the ones who, regardless, think about it, whether there are politics, whether there's conflict, whether there's war, they keep raising the flags of their nations very, very high. And this was a fantastic job that these two women did in Eugene during the Diamond League. Yep. All right, so let's look at some of these stories in detail, shall we? Who wants to go?
Yeah, so let's just look at what the People Daily as well has. A defiant nation, tension as youth resist Ruto, vow to return to the trenches as they embrace Sabas Saba spirit to push for change. As well as the Muslim community has something to say. Now, Muslim leaders have rejected the Supreme Court inheritance rights ruling. This is in connection to what the Holy Quran says with regard to inheritance rights in the Holy Book. Now, Tananthi in crisis over unregistered engineers, as well as chronic diseases. Protests push up demand for blood. And on Taifa Leo, we equally have IEBC yataka bilioni 3.5 kujenga makao makuu. So yes, Okari 3.5 billion to build headquarters. Yeah, okay. Shirika la reli lasitisha safari ya usiku ya Mombasa kuja Nairobi. So that is the train from Mombasa. The night travel was cancelled. And afisa wa polisi hatarini kwa kipofu baada ya kupigwa wakati wa maandamano ya Gen Z. So there's a police officer who got hurt, and there fears that they risk getting blind after they were beaten up by the protesters last week.
Well, I have the Daily Nation on the front page. Sabas Saba test echoes from the past 35 years since the inaugural Sabas Saba pro-reform demos on July 7th, 1990. The country continues to grapple with poor governance, corruption, abductions, extrajudicial killings, and other ills. Issues that have now compelled the Gen Z who were not yet born to pick up the mantle in the fight for good governance. That's been story across all pages anyway. Echoes from the past as youths lead push for good governance. More officers on city streets to secure protesters and curb looting. So, during the June 25th protests, criminals took advantage of the chaos to loot businesses. And now IG Douglas Kanja, during a press briefing, said, "We want every street, every corner well patrolled. We don't want cases of theft and hooliganism." And at the bottom there, "We are deeply sorry," says spokesman of the police as he reflects on June 25th protests. So,
sorry, what?
We are deeply sorry.
To whom? To
who? So
this is the biggest story of the day.
To who?
Yes. So there was a story there, which was an interview that was done with Michael Mushiri Nyaga, and he revealed that over 300 officers were injured during this year's June 25th protest. So he says that, okay. These are not just physical injuries, many are struggling with emotional trauma as well, that he continues to say. He recounts now the viral video of a young female officer identified Emily being stepped on by protesters. We saw the story of a policewoman. At first I thought the video was fake, but now we live with the reality and our officers must operate within the constitution. However, we must build consensus. It's not about stopping protests, but about how, when and where they happen to avoid hijacking by criminals. So therefore, we are sorry for everything that has been going on.
So is it?
It's not clear. You know what surprises me is these apologies are masked around
other things.
Defense.
Yeah.
You know, you're so on the defensive, and you say, by the way, I am sorry. Then you continue being defensive. You're like, then you get lost, in the apology. So what are you really sorry about?
That's what I asked you. Who is the apology for?
Because then again, it could be also sorry 400 police officers you got hurt while walking.
Which is okay. You know, other people did as well. That's why I said if he was sorry to the nation, that's why I was saying that would have been the biggest story for today.
Exactly.
Because then the question is, would the person at the top, would the president, would the CS Interior know that he was sorry?
You know,
that the police are sorry.
You know, he's saying all this because he had a conversation with his son. So the story here is, my son is in college. Whether he joins protest or not is his choice. I do not dictate that. So I empathize deeply with those who with those who have lost children because I am a parent too. I'm a parent first, and even one life lost is one too many. We as police officers are also having these conversations among ourselves. We cannot pretend everything is okay, and we must first acknowledge the challenges young people are facing. So this is coming from a conversation I think he had with his son around this protest and everything, and he's saying, look, it's difficult. We're also having these conversations. We're also suffering. We're also going through this emotional trauma and everything, and we are deeply sorry. But that story of IEBC also is still in the Daily Nation. IEBC in ambitious 3.5 billion relocation from the CBD plan. We'll get into the details of this story later.
Please just get into the details now.
I do it now.
If you want to annoy us, just
I annoy you.
Yes.
So the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, is seeking 3.5 billion to build a new headquarters. In an ambitious relocation plan, the building of Uchaguzi Center is expected to begin in July 2026. That's when construction is supposed to start, subject to the availability of funds. Now, check this out. While appearing before the Senate's Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, IEBC Chief Executive Officer Marjan Hussein Marjan said the Commission expects to receive funding for the project during the next financial year ending June 30th, 2027. The agency is looking at an initial allocation of 201 million. That's the first tranche. Yes, 201 million in the fiscal year ending June 2027, with an additional 602 million in the following year to kickstart the project. The acquisition of the Commission's own premises would cut recurrent costs such as office space, rent, hiring venues for meetings, and all that. Now, this is not the first time this is happening, by the way. So we've had these calls from Kitambo. So efforts to relocate from Anniversary Towers began as early as 2013. So during that time, Chairperson Issa Hassan at the time sought 800 million to buy an office block to end its tenancy, citing 48 million in annual rent repayments. That's then. So Hassan told Parliament that the current location of the IEBC headquarters is also congested and poses serious security risks.
There's nobody there.
In 2018, then the chairperson of Fula Chebukati reviewed the push again for a new headquarters, noting that it will not only cut cost but also solve logistics issues tied to demonstrations. So Chebukati, who died in February this year, said the move out of the central business district would minimize disruption of other activities in the city center in the event of any picketing and demonstrations.
There you go.
Sasa, the amount of money we are looking at here, is how much? 201 million allocated in the 2026-2027 budget, with 602 million projected the following year to kickstart construction and outfitting. So the cost saving here is 100 million current annual rent. That's what IEBC pays at Anniversary Towers. So the projected one-off relocation will cost 3.5 billion. Yes, it will cost 3.5 billion with the long-term reductions in expenditure on rent. So that's the whole idea.
All right.
So an annual rent bill of 100 million, because from Issa Kasim it was 48, sasa imepanda to 100 million annually.
In the same building?
In the same building.
Oh, that's great.
So a lump sum of 3.5 billion would cover the premises. So if you do a quick math, there's a point where it makes a bit of sense. But here's the thing. So 3.5 billion, if you're going to pay rent, assuming you're allocating 3.5 billion, this is money for your rent. You will pay rent for 35 years. Okay? So to save on that, move to your
own place.
Move to your own place. Now, here is where the issue is. In order of priorities, you remember there was a week we looked at the budgets and IEBC is asking for money and they're not getting the funding that they're looking for planned election budget, and the deficit and funding gaps. There's also the issue of pending bills, which is 3.8 billion. So the pending bills for IEBC, 3.8 billion. They're asking 3.5 billion to move office. These bills have been accumulating since 2022 elections. They have not been paid. That's just pending bills. Now, here's the question of timing and the funding of this. So the relocation deadline is July 2026. Where are we?
We're in July 2025.
2025.
Yeah.
So by next year, around the same time, that relocation should have happened.
Yeah.
So the money they're asking for is 201 million for the 2026-2027. Then 602 million from 2027 to 2028. So move, but still receive more money to continue putting things in order and all that.
They still need 61 billion shillings for a million. Billion.
Yes.
For the election.
The election, yeah.
I'm just saying.
No, they need 6.7 billion. That's the deficit they have. Gosh, do we want to break this down? So the original estimate is 61.7 billion. This is spread across 3 years for the election. Now, what they were given from Treasury was 55 billion. All right? That was the baseline assumption in the budget policy. Now, the revised one was 57.38 billion. That's what was revised. The timing of this thing is where I have a problem with. This thing has been ongoing for the last 3 previous elections. They've now moved up until now. So the question is, when you're looking at moving at a time like this, because we only have 2 years to elections, you still haven't put the house in order. We still have by-elections. We still have pending bills of 3.8 billion. Of these, 3.7 billion relates to unpaid legal fees only. This is money for lawyers that you have not paid, and liabilities from 2022 election. That's the backlog you're dealing with. Then you have a by-election funding gap of 292 million. That money is not there. IEBC requested 1 billion to conduct 6 by-elections, but only 788 million was released.
So they want to move by July of next year?
Yes. And the reasons they're giving are basically operational benefits, strategic considerations. When you people go out to demonstrate, you disrupt activities there. It's also security risk, among other things.
So what makes them think that at any point, if Kenyans are disgruntled with them, they would not follow them where they are?
Because...
So how is that going to sort out the problem?
Guys, look.
Why are you asking hard questions? Guys, it's not even 7 o'clock.
Last week, look, there's a demonstrations bill.
Yeah.
That's a separate conversation. Propose. And what we were told is you do not come close to 100 meters around Parliament. And remember we said, if you try to look 100 meters from Parliament is where exactly? Because right outside Parliament, that's Parliament Road, there's KICC Comesa grounds. On this other side,
Holy Family Basilica.
Holy Family Basilica.
And there's a hotel on this other side.
From that was shut down.
Yes.
The Intercon is there, right?
Yes.
Then on this other side is Arambe Avenue.
Yeah.
And then on the other side is Uru Highway, where now you have Uhuru Park. So if you're to do a 100-meter radius around Parliament, where is your nearest point, guys?
Kenyatta National Hospital.
So that is one. They have a tunnel underground to move from Parliament to the other side.
Bunge Towers,
So it's securing themselves. So IEBC also wants to move to
they want to be inside this 100-meter radius or outside of the city completely.
IEBC?
Yeah.
No. IEBC also want to move to another location where it's away from all these disruptions that happen.
Okay.
Your protests, your picketing, demonstrations and everything.
There's no money.
I have a suggestion.
No, there's money.
You know, the only
for them to move.
There's money. See, there's money to build a church inside State House.
Hiyo si yetu, hiyo ni pesa yao.
Hiyo ni pesa yake. Hiyo si yetu. Unajua the only place that is secure for IEBC is where? The clouds and the servers. That's the only place where Kenyans can't access.
I watched something over the weekend where somebody gifted his girlfriend an acre of land on Mars.
Mars, yeah.
So
it's an option. Elon Musk.
I didn't finish.
He's doing that thing.
Boss. Priorities are not even misguided. They're not even upside down.
The thing is, it makes sense then to move to a bigger location. It makes sense because you're paying 100 million rent, every year. The issue here is priorities, guys. Yes. Where are we? I mean, when you have money, what are your top priorities? Why shouldn't they have moved 2 years ago? Right? Immediately after the election was over, start having all these plans, relocate, move.
Which is what you're supposed to do.
You're moving before we even have a discussion of these by-elections. You're moving before we even start having a conversation of voter registration. It's civic education around it. You want to relocate offices, move before, the timing is...
You want to move to a new house, for goodness sake, and everything is already in a mess. You want to move to a new house.
Then again, the fact that they're saying they want to move and put demonstrations as one of the problem is where I have an issue, because then again, why are people demonstrating against IEBC and come to your offices? Perhaps you need to look inside and look at how you need to fix your system so that Kenyans have no reason to demonstrate to your offices. I mean, you fix that and demonstration is not on the table as one of the reasons why you want to move out.
Wow, interesting. So close yourself out.
In the corner over there while you're doing a service that is a public one.
Exactly.
Well, schools in major towns closed in fear of protests. Uncertainty and anxiety have gripped parents and education stakeholders ahead of the planned nationwide Sabas Saba protest today. Several urban schools have already announced closure, citing safety concerns for pupils and staff following recent demonstrations that escalated into violence, disrupted learning and endangered lives. In major towns including Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu and Nakuru, school heads have issued urgent notices to parents advising them not to send children to school today. According to one message shared with parents, due to safety concerns, learners are advised not to come to school. This decision has been made with the safety and well-being of our students and staff as our top priority. The principal of a day school in Nairobi, speaking on condition of anonymity, confirmed the decision to suspend Monday's classes. The move comes amid mounting fears that demonstrations led by Gen Z with support from civil society organizations could turn chaotic. The protests are intended to commemorate the historic Sabas Saba movement of July 7th, 1990, a pivotal moment in Kenya's struggle for democratic reform. However, recent demonstrations have been marked by the use of tear gas, police confrontations, and fatalities. It's interesting how much businesses will be closed today. Children will not go to school. And there are about 3 weeks left in the term. Those are the things that we are seeing. The question is, for a lot of people, where's the fear? What's the fear about? And I think about times where you've seen silent protests and demonstrations take place, and there's been protection and not an interference, and the day has ended with the protests having taken place, and then we move.
The fear is partly, it's a cocktail of many things, but one key thing that stands out, of course, is the build-up to today's Sabas Saba is, of course, quote-unquote, a resistant movement, and the optics for politicians is something they really care about. So, if, for example, you have 500,000 or even 1 million people allowed to come into the CBD, all chanting the same thing, all speaking in one voice, what then that would mean is, in terms of optics, nationally and even internationally, it shows that the regime is out of favor with the public.
Yep.
So it sends a very strong message. So to avoid those optics where you have crowds, and you know politicians love numbers.
Yeah.
When they go for rallies, you'll see the drone shots. They love numbers. So if you're looking at a sea of humanity in a place speaking in one voice and they're saying they don't want you or they're agitating for something, it speaks volume. It's scary for politicians. So to scatter those plans and divide those numbers is close the roads, make sure you cause disruptions so that there is no single gathering that will pull those kind of numbers.
And that will also give the optics of, dissent, or will give the optics of lack of confidence in a state.
The confidence that, you see, these people are just a few people who are against the government, so they don't really matter. So once you have those few people here and there, pockets here and there, the assumption is we still have the majority of Kenyans with us. We still have a big population behind us. But if you're then going to allow these people to gather, it speaks a different language. Now, the hiring of goons into this into these events is a clear political playbook. It's not the first time we've seen this. It's not the first time we've seen politicians use vigilante groups or use goons or jeshi yangu. It has happened since history. It has happened. What is scary now is the boldness, and I dare call them rabid dogs, because that's what they are. The minute you release rabid dogs, they will eat up anyone. True. And what will happen eventually, they will come back to even eat the owner.
The owner.
Yeah.
That's what they don't see. So whoever actually is behind this, because it's very you know how we say it's very clear.
Yeah.
It's very clear, the agenda. You look at the case of yesterday, disrupting a press conference. Why would anyone care to disrupt a press conference?
That was in a compound. It was not in the public. I mean, it was in a compound.
Why would anyone do that? It's because here are mothers who are meeting. They are speaking in one voice. And you know what was interesting for me is the Kenya Human Rights Commission office, where it's located in Lavington. Muthangari Police Station sits on James Gishuru Road.
Yeah.
If you look at the straight line distance between where the press conference was being held and Muthangari Police Station, where they later went to go and record statements, is a distance of approximately 1.5 kilometers.
Yeah.
Now, if you are driving from along that route with no traffic, it will take you 5 minutes from Muthangari to where the presser was being held.
Yeah.
If you're going to walk, we're looking at 20 minutes walk. If you look at the CCTV footage of these goons, how they arrived in motorbikes and some walking, the boldness to do that within that radius where there's a police station, majority of them are not even covered. Yeah. Some are covered in face masks, but many were not covered. It clearly tells you that tumelipwa na tumetumwa, orders from above.
And they're under protection.
And you see,
and they're under protection.
Yeah, today morning there are roadblocks and everyone is blocked. But for some weird reason yesterday, with all these people on that road, police were nowhere to be seen. They accessed the building and they spent close to around 10 minutes terrorizing people in that building, which begs the question, where were the police at that time when those women needed them the most? And even then, I remember some of our colleagues were there. You know what those goons said? Nyinyi watu wa standard, mmekuja kuchochea maandamano.
Oh, really?
Yes. Told that to our reporters who were there yesterday.
Well, this is the world that we live in, and these are the things that we are currently facing. But it's interesting because even as we have a conversation in the next hour about protests and around then essentially what they mean, we're going to take a look at some of the things that are happening around the city, of course, in different parts of the country, and where people can or cannot go this morning. But I was telling you guys when we were having a coffee earlier that, you know, my dad used to be very graphic with his storytelling. My dad was a photographer as well as an engineer, but he would take pictures, and we have some great pictures that he took. And when he would tell stories, you would be able to easily transport yourself to that place. And today, when we were coming down early in the morning, I looked at the streets and I saw the police presence. I remember the stories that he told us about the time in the 80s when there was the coup in Nigeria. He told us those stories, I mean, much later on. But those are the pictures that are in my head, where people would not be in vehicles. There was heavy police and army presence everywhere. There were roadblocks all over the place. People who were walking in groups had to then walk with their hands up. I just imagine my dad doing the voiceover when we were driving down this morning, and I ask myself that, you know, do you get back to that spot? Is this what the fight for truly free societies? Define your own democracy, in my opinion. Define it as to what it should look like or what it should sound like. But are those the times that we're hurtling back towards? And those are the questions that we should have in our minds this morning, even as we do pray for the safety of everybody. We'll have those conversations this morning. This is The Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation at 7 a.m.
Morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. MPs from Nairobi County have urged Kenyans to observe law and order during the 35th anniversary of the Sabas Saba protests expected today. Speaking at a news conference on Sunday, 6 legislators from the capital city noted that demonstrations, which began as an expression of governance concerns, have recently been infiltrated by manipulative political actors and criminals. Makadara MP George Aladwa, Women Rep Esther Passaris, nominated Senator Tabitha Mutinda, Dagoretti North MP Beatrice Alachi, nominated Senator Karen Nyamu, and Langata MP Felix Odwor, popularly known as Jalango, called on Kenyans to safeguard the country from descending into anarchy. Here's Jalango's message to Gen Zs preparing to take to the streets.
The shops that are being looted could easily be your parents' shop. The guy who is sending you out there will not show up, or maybe will just come to a funeral, maybe when you've met your death on the roads. It is very sad what this whole movement that had a lot under Gen Z has been taken over politically. Sabas Saba should be a day for the young people to sit back and reflect and ask themselves, what is our main agenda?
At the same time, a section of women under the banner Nyinam, or Women of the Lake, held a peaceful procession in Nairobi, calling on protesters to be peaceful. ODM leader Raila Odinga has reaffirmed Kenya's constitutional right to protest, but cautioned those planning to participate in today's demonstrations to do so peacefully and within the confines of the law. Speaking at a news conference on Sunday, Raila called on Kenyans to gather at Kamukunji grounds today to commemorate the anniversary of the Sabas Saba protests. Raila said he will attend the Kamukunji event in honor of Kenyans who died 35 years ago during the first Sabas Saba uprising. He regretted that the ideals of the 1990 pro-democracy movement remain unfulfilled and called on the government to address corruption, police brutality and human rights violations. He called for national dialogue.
I've seen Gen Zs getting tear gassed, cooler tear gas. And the lini kukula tear gas. Tell them to add more tear gas. Tell them you will not surrender. Gen Z. They told me, Baba, kaa nyumbani, umefanya ya kutosha, tutaendelea. Niko nyumbani, lakini niko behind you. What this country now requires is a serious dialogue, comprehensive dialogue.
This event comes as the National Police Service has warned the public against engaging in violent protests and destruction of property. While acknowledging the constitutional right to peaceful demonstration, the MPS urged the public to exercise this right in accordance with the law. At least 78 people have been confirmed dead in Central Texas and another 41 are missing following flash floods on Friday. 68 of the fatalities, including 28 children, occurred in Kir County, where a Riverside Christian girls' camp was deluged. 10 girls and a counselor from Camp Mystic are still missing. Officials say the death toll is certain to rise. More storms are expected in the next 24 to 48 hours in the region, which could hamper rescue teams who are already facing venomous snakes as they sift through mud and debris. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human, everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
It doesn't look like traffic will be an issue this morning, seeing as a lot of vehicles not on the road today. Most of the traffic that we see this morning is foot traffic. And then we see those red dots that we normally see on a day like this, and you're looking at traffic trying to come in then to the city, and this is going towards Valley Road. So traffic into the city is prohibited on Valley Road. So if you're stuck in that, you're going to have to do a turnaround, that's for sure. You're not seeing much happening anywhere else, but we're also seeing the same kind of thing coming off of Langata Road, trying to find its way through towards the Nyar Stadium and then out towards Haile Selassie. The hold up that we're seeing there is that folks are not being allowed in. So there are roadblocks there. We're also seeing the same thing happening coming in on Haile Selassie, and that's traffic coming in from Jogo Road on that side. So the vehicles that you're seeing there, or the traffic that we're seeing there, is folks not being allowed to move through and probably trying to find a way to get out of the city. That's most of what we'll see for at least parts of this morning. We're going to keep an eye on all of this and let you know what it looks like. If you're stuck somewhere, or if you're trying to find a route to get out, talk to us. SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you. It is now 10 minutes after 7 on the 7th day of July 2025. It is Sabas Saba Day, and a lot of tension in the air, and a lot of folks saying a lot of things about the situation in the country at the moment. Very good morning to you. It's 10 after 7. And Ndu, Dennis with you in the Situation Room this morning, and looking at conversations that we should be having from now. But because of the situation on the roads, it means that one of two things will happen. One, our guests will be late. Or number two, there's a possibility that they may not show up. Obviously, because getting out of where you are, past the city, and then onto Mombasa Road might be a bit difficult. But we're going to play it by ear and see how all of this goes. But you know what? We're going to have the conversation anyway around some of the things that are important to do. And we'll keep pushing that, and we'll see if we can patch in at some point with all of you. So, you may not be connected on a conversation because people can't get here, but you know what? There's some folks who are keeping you connected anyway.
Yes, irregardless, we continue. So you're listening to me right now. So you're wondering, okay, how do you get home? How do you get to your workplace? What do? You can't move. You can't do anything. Quick question. Is your internet holding you back? So many things are holding you back, but is your internet holding you back? If it is, and I'm sure you're tired of the buffering when you're streaming or when you're playing a game and it's lagging, then listen up. We've got two solid options from Safaricom, depending on your vibe and where you live. So let's start with the power move, which is the Safaricom 5G. Imagine this, you're in the city, maybe in the CBD, maybe not now, or chilling in your apartment, and boom, you're surfing, you're streaming, gaming, all at crazy fast speeds, up to 50 Mbps. Portability, oh yes, this is the kind of router you carry around and stay online anywhere, at home, the office, even inside your car. Yes. TikTok, YouTube, Netflix, Facebook, no lag. It's just pure vibes. And the best part is it's only 2,999 Kenya shillings that will get you started. So enjoy Safaricom. Feels good to be home.
Fantastic. And that's how you essentially do stay connected. Okay, guys, we want to share an even as you go, we'll continue giving updates and information. But if you're trying to get into the city this morning, just looking at parts that may be a bit difficult. Police roadblocks ahead of Sabas Saba right now at Guru Nanak towards town. That's on the thickest superhighway roadblock. Roy Sambu footbridge. The Ngong Road at City Mortuary or the Nairobi Funeral Home. Owings Kodek, DOD roundabout, there are roadblocks there, so getting into the city is a no from there. Kangemi at the overpass, so if you're coming in from Kangemi on the A104 at Kangemi is where the roadblocks are. You will not be able to go further than that, and I know that vehicles are disembarking, folks, if you've come in from that area, and so you're either going to go on foot or you're going to go back to where you came from. We're also seeing, like I said just now during the traffic update, Kangemi overpass, Bunyala roundabout, there's a roadblock there. Madaraka at the roundabout, there's a roadblock there. Roysambu roundabout towards town, totally closed. So it's not just a roadblock, it is closed completely. You can't get through that. Kiambu Road closed at DCI headquarters. So from DCI moving forward, you can't get even anywhere near Muthaiga Square. Gitaru at the interchange is closed, not a roadblock, closed completely. And we're also seeing roadblocks then at Valley Road, just mentioned as well. So we're seeing some traffic at Valley Road. And this is folks who are then turned back, who were trying to get into the city via Valley Road. We're seeing the same thing at the Kasarani exit. Nyayo Stadium, also that roundabout. You're not going to be able to find your way into town to even get onto Uhuru Highway. So that's closed. Landis Road closed as well. Kenyatta Avenue and Uhuru Highway. So we're looking at Uhuru Highway, the length and breadth of it, coming in from Westlands or coming in off of Mombasa Road. So that's what we have so far. So if you're in any one of these areas trying to get onto Mombasa Road or trying to get into the city to get off, it's not going to be possible, at least for now. So we see that there's total road closure in some parts, but then we're also seeing that there are roadblocks in other parts. Roadblocks being that vehicles, you will disembark your vehicle and you will walk, or you will turn back. Those are the choices that we have been given this morning.
Well, the train yesterday, so Kenya Railways released a statement 8 p.m. Sunday. This is 2 hours before departure. And in their public notice, they were talking about temporary suspension of Madaraka Express passenger service train. So we regret to notify members of the public that due to technical issues, the Madaraka Express 10 p.m. passenger train from Mombasa to Nairobi has been suspended. Kenya Railways prioritizes the safety of our passengers. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. We saw from the managing editor after this notice what happened at the Mombasa terminus. A lot of people who had actually driven there with luggage, with children, ready to come to Nairobi and other parts of the country were told you can't because there are technical issues with the train. However, there is a post that I've just seen. At that same time, a video shows that same train leaving Mombasa terminus at around that same time. So the 8 p.m. Madaraka Express arrived in Mombasa. Apparently, it had technical issues that had been suspended for 10 p.m. trip. Then later on, the train just left with no one on board.
So the same train that had technical difficulties and was not going to travel because of these technical difficulties then actually left with the same technical difficulties. But I guess the technical difficulties that it had were the passengers.
Yes.
And now having no passengers, then it was able to leave and go to Nairobi.
Yeah.
No?
Well, according to the video I'm watching right now that has been posted on the socials, that 10 p.m. train departed Mombasa terminus with no one on board. So it's not... Let's not say it's not clear.
Were they doing a trial run on whether the railway was still functioning? But let's just be open with it, yeah? There was no technical difficulty because at any given point that statement ought to have been released way earlier. Because remember when Kenyans were trying to actually access the train station, some were blocked at Dongokundu bypass towards the train station. So if you just look at all these and what is happening, there is clearly a plan to just stop Kenyans. Because remember, there was Summertide's event that was in Diani, and majority of the young people who had traveled down were coming back to Nairobi, and that's perhaps could be the reason why they were blocked not to come back to the city.
You know, the timing is suspicious,
exactly.
Whether it's legitimate or not, the timing is what is suspicious because this is 2 hours before departure time. That's when everybody's getting, that's when this post was actually sent. Already people had arrived at Mombasa terminus. And then we're waking up this morning, all the major roads coming into the city, they're also clearly blocked. So you read that script and it tells you, and it's pointing to one thing, that it's trying to make sure that you stop any movement from outside Nairobi coming into Nairobi. Maybe only flights are the ones that are
But then again,
working.
how do you also explain that the train that had technical difficulties left Mombasa
with no one on board?
I'm telling you, the technical difficulties were
Or
the
the
people.
passengers.
Yeah, so that's what we're looking at.
When the rain starts beating, it beats hard.
Proper. Well, one man has made his way this morning despite those technical difficulties, and he joins us in a conversation this morning. And so all of this understood as we get into our conversation. Njeri Gavangu, good morning to you.
Morning, ma'am.
How are you doing?
Sir. Very well.
Karibu sana.
Sabas Saba ni sawa.
Ni sawa?
You made it.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
How?
All over the place. Go roundabouting everybody.
You roundabouted everybody and everything.
Yes, and I'm here.
Did you have to use the expressway then to get on?
No.
Okay.
No.
But it's like
first of all, they have closed all these roads around Nyayo Stadium, around Timor. So it's difficult. But nevertheless, some of them understand that everything cannot be stand still. Yeah.
Right. Njeri Gavangu is a former Runyenje's Member of Parliament and joins us here this morning. Very glad that you could make it into the Situation Room this morning. We're going to look at the power of protests. It seems to have a lot of power because we're seeing that everything essentially is being shut down so that these protests don't take place. But we also see a time where protests were the order of the day, and that if anything, it moved people in a particular direction. That if the needle of governance or the needle of government were to move, that it was the protests in some case that did something. And it's not just Kenya, anywhere around the world. So that is what propels us into our conversation for this morning. We're glad that you're here. Duncan Okach was supposed to join us as well. He may be stuck somewhere, so we'll see how this goes. But the discourse must continue.
Right.
We're going to welcome you to the show with a proverb. Dennis will tell you which country he's in, and would like to hear interpretation of the proverb that he gives.
Yes. So today we're in a country that is 62 years old, got its independence in 1963. It is a country that boasts of a proper economy that majorly depends on agriculture, but as well is doing everything because it is also considered to be an economic hub when it comes to matters technology, a silicon savannah, especially in the East Africa region. This country, its capital is Nairobi. Yeah. And the proverb today is simple. Siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. How would you interpret that?
Oh, siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. You see, some of the people that say that were also close to us, you know, and we were saying about them that wana siasa mbaya. Na yeye mwenyewe ama hawa wenyewe walikuwa natuambia pia uenda tukawa na siasa mbaya. What it means it is it's like a sword that Jesus Christ was talking about. That he came with a sword that is double-edged. You know, siasa mbaya to the government is that which intends to remove them. Siasa mbaya to the people is what oppresses them. Siasa mbaya maisha mbaya is a correct statement that for the people to be able to thrive economically in peace and united, you know, they must have a leadership that understands their aspirations and therefore get out there articulate policies that would be able to achieve that.
You know, a different way of looking at siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. Both sides have their own politics.
Yes.
Depends which side you're in.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is interesting because we come into a time where, if we really look at it, over the last, we're now in 2025, the beginning of the new administration was marked by protests. It was marked by Maandamano. We are hearing already, we heard at a very early time, the Sufuria movement. That's what it was called.
Sufuria.
Yeah. The opposition at the time, and I say at the time deliberately because that same opposition now is part of the broad-based government, but the opposition at the time was crying about, you know, the high cost of living and the need for certain governance to take into place. So protests happened then. We then went into a time where protests happened in 2024, and there was the anti-finance bill, which essentially was a bill that was seen by many, a draconian one, to take what was left out of the pockets of Kenyans. And that resulted in a time whereby it seemed as though the language that was going to be heard by government was that of protest. Sabas Saba, many say, was watered down some over the years, but now we come into a time where another protests and we see the country essentially shut down because of this. And so we're asking the very simple question at the beginning of this conversation: do protests have power? And if so, what power do they wield?
Now, of course, every protest is a projection of what people feel, what grievances they want to express. And you know, one of the things that I have observed in this country is that the government, all governments from Jomo to where we are today, appear like everything they do is to hurt the citizen, you know, everything that they do. And the reason is that all of them were not actually qualified to be our leaders. You know, some of them were quite fake. Others were brought in by the Mzungus, you know, while others were built by the same characters to be able to continue and propagate the same things, the ideals that they stood for. And so Kenya is almost permanently grieving about something, and that something, one, revolves around economics, agriculture, education, such. And so does the procession or demonstration have power? Yes. Every time there is a procession, a demonstration, or if you like, some conflict between the people and the government kind of tones down because they fear ejection from office, and that is the only thing they fear, ejection from office. So that what you are saying this morning about closing this nation, that nothing happens, is simply because of fear. That the government fears that it could be ejected, and it can happen anytime. Why? You have hurt the people. You have touched their emotions negatively. And so, humanly, they will have to react someday unless you tone down. And they are not sure which day and which minute that will come. Because they have hurt the people and they know what they are doing against the people is quite wrong.
How has the character of these protests changed over time? Because you were involved in many. You were involved in what many call the second liberation, and fought vehemently to say, you know what, there is a space, a democratic space, which the country has not yet entered, and fought for that. Quite some. Do we see that the character of that fight has changed?
It has changed because I think some of our leaders are very crude people, almost primitive. I'm sorry to use such words. Primitive because, look, when people have announced they are going to have a procession, peaceful, and you introduce goons and violent askaris, what it simply means, it's going to annoy the demonstrators. One, during our time, we announced demonstration. Police would be there, but they will not bring the goons. The goons were introduced in this country by what they called something, 1997, 98, where my brother Gumo would collect some pharaohs in the city, introduce them in the streets while we were demonstrating, and they started beating people. That is how they worked on Timothy Njeri, And when you beat the people as police or goons on the streets, everybody gets worked up and they start throwing stones. They can get anything. They burn cars, But if the government wants these things not to happen, they must approach these things civilly, Otherwise, then what they are introducing in this country is anarchy. Things they cannot be able to control, things they will not be able to handle, and they know it. Because we are not the first one. Last year, what happened was something very unique, that we have got about 17 countries whose parliaments have been abused by the public. And the reason is that members of parliament start playing the oppressor, supporting the despots. And therefore, in the end, the people decide that the members of parliament are actually the enemies. And so they force their way to parliament.
Njeri, as we look at the country today, you compare back in the day when you're in the struggle, today as the young people are in the struggle, you look at a government that is doing everything to block demonstrations to happen across the country. There's a bill in parliament right now that wants to control how demonstrations will work. And if you look at what is happening today in the morning, it seems as though we have a government that is afraid of its people, which asks the question, is it true that the police are unable to handle protest in the country, or is it engineered to look as if police cannot handle?
Our police force is a very frustrated force. Extremely frustrated. I remember when I was in parliament, I brought a small little question to the minister then, Masden Mandoka, about the policemen. And I had collected about 1,000 payslips from the police force. 1,000 payslips. Most of them were earning less than 26,000 shillings. Less than 26,000. And particularly the CIDs were expected to wear civilian clothes, presentable suits as they go around their work, right? And when I questioned them, I found that they were having take home of about 2,200 shillings maximum. And one of them said, and I told the police that, I told the parliament that, and Mazen Madoka, that Bwana Kathango, there is nothing else I can do. I have to pick my arm now and look for some little money for my children. And so, meaning I will be involved in some robbery or some theft somewhere, right? And so, when you are looking at the policeman, it's a character that is frustrated, deep frustrated. Those days they would be sharing quarters that about 2 or 3 families would be sharing the same tent, those iron makeshifts. And you know, when the man comes out to the public and he is challenged, he remembers the treatment the same society or government is giving him, and he reacts badly. And therefore, one of the things that is happening in this country is this. There is either a go slow with the police, or if not, they actually think they are part of the people, because they are. And the government should be careful that in the end, they are actually silently mobilizing the forces to be with the people. And they have to check this. I'm a former military man also, you know, and I know that there comes a point where the military man, the askari, sees the nonsense bestowed on the people, and they decide that it's going
But Njeri, that conversation, we've had that conversation through all the cycles of reforms when we talk about the police, and
Yes.
it almost comes across as an excuse for what they do, that look, they're being paid poorly, and so therefore that excuses corruption. But then what we are looking at on the streets currently is viciousness. Because many Kenyans are frustrated. There are many Kenyans who can't even make 100 shillings a day. They're equally frustrated. So it can't just exclude the police. But how then do you describe the kind of viciousness that we are seeing? Because during your time, we had deaths as well. We had people being beaten by batons.
Yes.
Today, it's a police officer in clear view of a camera lens shooting at point blank at somebody. Does that excuse, whether they're frustrated, whatever it is, does that still excuse the level of viciousness? Because it doesn't change?
That one does not. You know, in these forces, you'll find that we have got special squads which are formed to address some specific areas. And those squads are formed by friends of the leaders. So that if you're looking at the Kenya Police, you have got departments which are directly involved somehow to the leaders. Either the minister in charge of the security, or you are talking about the commanders of various bases, etc., or even the president himself. That they decide that we are going to form squads, and those squads are to silence the people. Whoever is seen emerging, either as potential or as leader of a certain resistance, pluck him out.
Is that what you're currently seeing happening on the street?
That is what is happening now. You know, that is what's happening now. And although I don't want to challenge any particular person, but I can tell you that as far as I'm concerned, the senior commanders of the Kenya police forces know who is plucking people to murder. In fact, let me tell you, it has gone to a certain extent where they visit people's homes, get or arrest characters from those homes, and then go and kill them. That you have seen. And they continue telling us, the police continue saying, we did not arrest that character. He is not in our cell. No. Nyayo House was not in the cells of the police, but I was there for many years. Or many months. You know, we have got a place next to the Kenya Planters Cooperative Union, you know, down there, you know, which they used as torture chambers. It was not a police station. We have got Karura Forest. It was not a police station. Yet, the managers and operators of those areas were recruited from the police forces. And that was by some characters who knew what exactly they wanted. Nyayo House was put up, to torture people, specifically as a torture chamber, to torture people who appeared to be against the system, right? And so when a policeman comes and says, "Sisi hatujui ni nani," no, that's nonsense.
But Njeri, I mean, let's give some historical context to this.
Yeah.
You are arrested, tortured, detained without trial.
Yes.
You've gone through it all. 35 years ago is when we had the original demands of Sabas Saba protest on July 7th, 1990.
Yes.
35 years later, have we even made progress?
It's still happening, and a lot of us are as good as our parents and teachers. By the way, So
what do you mean by that?
Yeah, that is what I mean. That
no. What do you mean?
Listen, and there is nothing wrong to say this.
Yeah.
While we were doing all these things, the system was organizing about how they were going to confront us, stop us, right? And so they recruited some characters and organized to form a thing they called the YK 92. Yeah. Now, YK 92 was led by our president and a few others, and we know them, and he knows I know. Because, where he operated is where I was operating. They spend a lot of money. In fact, the system printed a note, 500 shillings note, was printed specifically to be used by youth for Kano 92. Jirongo and my friend Ruto, and they are there. They are about 7 of them that are here now, right? Now, what is it that those people learned from the system? Exactly that let's go out there, let us dish out this money, recruit our people, confuse them so that Kina Kathango, Anyona and what have you do not get leeway to mobilize others.
But you look at that movement back then. Let's compare to what we are currently seeing in the country. So 1992 multi-party election. So Youth for Kano 92, like you're saying, YK 92. So this was during the reintroduction of multi-party politics. Now, Youth for Kano 92 ostensibly was to mobilize grassroots support for President Moi.
Kano.
And at the time, the target was purely to secure votes. Now, we are 2 years to an election. We are seeing the same patterns playing out today. How do you read these current patterns?
Maybe I reflected in very different ways myself. The very first thing is that what we see is a Jomo Kenyatta politic. Because and people talk about dynasties. We don't have dynasties in Kenya. It's a Jomo Kenyatta dynasty that is running. Because from 1958, when he was brought from Rocky Tang to Mararar, the thing was to coach him, to guide him about how he was going to run this government. And when he came out here, the first thing he did was to adopt the provincial administrators. And the next one was to actually say that the white man's interest in Kenya will be protected. And from there, he started recruiting people who would continue with that program. What I see is handing over from time to time, government to government, about who was going to protect that same position. Now, what we are talking about is this. The emergence of people like Ruto, and I am here saying strongly because I know him, is that he is a Moi boy. And the Moi boy cannot be able to do anything else than now what he was bequeathed. Now, look, if you look at the characters of those governments we have had, you will actually see there is nothing else that happens other than protecting the position that Jomo Kenyatta took in 1961. And therefore, don't worry about that 5 or 65 years. From the time that Jomo Kenyatta was released in August 1961 to where we are now is 65 years. Nothing has changed.
Okay, let's take a break and we'll come back and look at, when you say nothing has changed in terms of the real politic of the day and the orders that are being given out from one point to another, if that's the case, then what is the hope for getting to a place where that you then have, at the very least, an accepted relationship between government and the people? We'll come back and we'll look at that when we continue with this conversation. Njeri Gavangu, former member of parliament for Runyenje's constituency, is here this morning, and we're looking at the power of protests, and we'll continue with that when we come back from this break. Every child deserves a healthy start in life, but threats like typhoid and measles, rubella still endanger our communities. So typhoid is a serious illness. It spreads through contaminated food and water. It causes high fever, stomach pain and fatigue. Measles, on the other hand, is highly contagious and can lead to severe complications, especially in young children. And you have symptoms from fever to persistent cough, red eyes and body rash. But the good news is these diseases are preventable. So until the 14th of July, the Ministry of Health is rolling out a nationwide vaccination campaign, and children between the ages of 9 months and 14 years will receive the typhoid conjugate vaccine. And then those between 9 months and 5 years will also receive the measles rubella vaccine. And all vaccines are safe and effective and absolutely free. So you'll find health workers at public health facilities, schools, markets and places of worship across the country. So let's protect the future, one child at a time. Visit your nearest vaccination center today. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Health, UNICEF, the World Health Organization and development partners right here on SpiceFM. And even as we continue with those conversations, for you to remember that there's an Aga Khan near you, definitely one that you can find. You don't have to worry about it. Usiende mbali kutafuta specialist, tuko kwa mtaa wako. The Aga Khan University Hospital has brought specialized care near you through 53 outpatient medical centers. Watu wa Eastlands, we've got you with the following medical centers. There's Buruburu at the Kenya National Library Services Complex, Embakasi opposite Kenya Pipeline Staff Quarters, and Donholm at the Greenspan Mall, Komarok at K Mall, Ruai along Kangunda Road, Eastleigh through General Warayingi Road. Some of the specialists available at the Aga Khan University at your neighborhood include pediatricians, gynecologists, cardiologists, urologists, family physicians, neurologists, nutritionists, psychiatrists, ENT, dentists, dermatologists, everybody. Visit any Aga Khan University Hospital Medical Center in your hood today or call 0730 011 888. The Aga Khan University Hospital, world-class care here and now.
SpiceFM Mombasa. The weather with SpiceFM.
A bit of a cloudy morning in Nairobi. It is 15 degrees and it's 17 and partly sunny looking into Nakuru. 16 and cloudy conditions into Nyeri, and we'll see into Eldoret that currently at 17 it'll be partly sunny through Monday. 22 and sunny in Mombasa and 24 and cloudy into Malindi. It's mostly cloudy at 20 in Kisumu with sunny conditions at 17 in Kakamega. It's cloudy at 20 into Kampala, while Dar es Salaam is sunny at 22. It's 2 degrees and clear in Johannesburg, while at 25 it's sunny in Mogadishu. It's 15 and sunny in Addis Ababa. It's cloudy at 25 into Lagos, while Kinshasa is partly cloudy at 20. Afternoon in Beijing is sunny at 32, while London is cloudy at 15. Rather rainy at 15. Paris is cloudy at 15. And it's clear for now. Sunday night in New York at 26. Coming into Monday, highs of 29 and lows of 25.
The Ministry of Health is conducting a typhoid and measles rubella vaccination campaign in all the 47 counties from 5th to 14th July 2025. The typhoid vaccine will be administered to children aged 9 months to 14 years. The measles rubella vaccine will be administered to children aged 9 months to 5 years. These vaccines are safe, effective, and available free of charge at all health facilities, schools, markets, and places of worship near you. Typhoid is a serious disease that spreads through contaminated food and water. Maintain safe water and sanitation even after receiving the typhoid vaccine. Measles is highly contagious. It can cause severe complications and even death. Vaccination against measles offers the best protection against the disease. Let's protect our children from typhoid and measles rubella. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Health in collaboration with UNICEF and the World Health Organization.
When you are unwell, you need a healthcare partner who will prioritize your welfare. Aga Khan University Hospital has brought specialized care near to you through their 54 medical centers across East Africa. And now the hospital has brought world-class care to Raptor Road, Westlands at the Promenade Building. Some of the specialist services offered in this clinic include family physician, pediatricians, well baby, gynecologist, ENT specialist, counseling psychologist, nutrition and weight loss, among others. The Aga Khan University Hospital has also made medical checkups more available through our subsidized wellness packages. These packages are available at a clinic in your neighborhood. Do not wait until it is complicated. When diseases are detected early, there are more treatment options, better outcomes and quicker recovery. From as low as 10,415, you can get a comprehensive medical checkup in this clinic and at any of our medical centers. Visit any Aga Khan University Hospital Medical Center in your hood today or call 0730-011-888. Aga Khan University Hospital. World-class care here and now.
Traffic.
Okay, so just to keep you updated of road closure in different parts of the city this morning, if you're trying to find your way, and I'm guessing that most folks are not, that we know that certain roads are closed. So there's still that movement on Valley Road. It's going to turn folks out of the city because that roadblock is not there. So we're looking at parts like Roy Sambu, Kasarani, parts of Jago Road that are closed completely. It's not just a roadblock for people to see who you are, but it is closed completely. So that's not happening. Also, on the Eastern Bypass, trying to get through to the Cabanas interchange, you'll find your way, but then at General Motors it's going to close, right? And so there's a road closure coming off of Ngong Road. There's also one coming off of Langata Road as you try to get towards Huru Highway. So a lot of non-movement in the city this morning, but we're going to keep you updated as we see it. Let us also know what's going on in your neck of the woods, and we'll spread the word. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Coming in at 13 minutes to 8 o'clock. We've been having a conversation this morning with Njeri, the former Member of Parliament for Runyenje's constituency. And we've been asking ourselves questions around whether the civil space is shrinking and what we see in terms of this movement, in terms of this friction that we've heard. And we're looking at the different character between when protests happened in the 90s and the 2000s and then into the 2020s. Are we seeing that there are threats to freedom of assembly, different from when they were before?
Yes, I think there is also a few things that Kenyans should reflect on. By the time that we were coming up, but between 1986 and 1992, the environment was very sober, that there was no usage of money, but from 1992, there was very heavy spending of money, and the people kind of have gotten involved and used to that money. And I wanted to remind people that we have got 7 items, which have affected the Kenyan social life. Interacting has become commercial, and therefore thinking together without money appears to me to be hindered. The first one is that the British were preparing to hand over reins of power to an African, thought about curriculum, school curriculum. And the school curriculums that have been developed in this country have affected our education, has made education be quite flimsy, in the sense that people have been denied of their history, characters have been denied of formation, and in the end, anything that appears to be sensible, central to life, has been kept aside. That is number one. Number two is that we have brought to the fore characters that are yes men. And the yes man in Africa appears to be very popular because that yes man agrees with the former colonialists, and therefore we are permanently neo-colonialism, meaning that our leaders advance that which was being done by the colonial master. And number three is that we introduced in this country a subject called family planning. And that subject has brought a lot of heavy arguments and debates. And that particular area has made our people think that to be free, to be financially able, you have to remain single, small family, and most of it immoral. I think we need to relook in that so that we know what the individual and the family is. Number four is that we were introduced in 1990s to the NGO and the evangelical world, both from the United States. Meaning that if you want to go to church, in fact, and you don't have transport, it is paid for. You know, those days you want to go to church and you don't think there is going to be lunch, it is given, it is served. While everybody who goes to a meeting, whether it is education meeting where the individual is going to benefit or not, he is paid for the transport, he is given what they call the sitting or whatever allowance, and in the end, something little to go and give to the family. Without that money these days, nobody wants to attend any meeting or any sitting. You have to promise that there is that money. If there isn't, then you can keep your meeting. And then the next thing that is preached in our churches is prosperity. Now, you can actually see it that if the NGO is giving money for attendance of meetings, and the church is preaching prosperity, and the government leaders or politicians are actually offering that money, it becomes the way of life. Meaning that therefore, anything that you do in this country without money will not be respected. And you become a poor person if you don't have that money. The question is, where do you get it from? Then lastly, and that is the best thing you can see happening now, that all the organizations that are giving the money, mobilizing the people, have to adopt and preach LGBTQ plus, you know, which means we are deflocking our young people completely of morals. And so that money plus immorality makes even the civil society totally diluted. And that actually is the question that you're asking. Are we losing it? And it is the money that is making us lose it.
So if the money was not there, but it's so for all that we see, what we're talking about now, the protests that we see, that there's a demand for good governance. Are you saying that even those who are demanding, as well as those who are being demanded of, we are in this money-soaked, atmosphere, and that's why we're doing the things that we do? Those who protest are doing it for money. Those who are not doing the governance right are behaving this way for what money they can get.
Some are, Mom. Some are. And those that are getting paid are mobilizing others to themselves. You know, that we have heard people in this country whose business is actually looking for that money, and for them to be agents of other leaders to go and bring more. Those people that are carrying the whips and rungus on the streets are actually paid. And you can see where they are paid.
For what? And this is the thing. For what gain? When we see, and this is one of the first things that you said, that there are goons who are being, let out onto the streets. There are those who are paying them. To what end? What is the purpose of having goons? You may disrupt people for an hour, but why do it?
Simply this, because we also said it earlier, that those that are in leadership now fear that they have done quite a lot of evil against the people, and they feel threatened. Who is it that can save us? Now, if we bring the police and the military, people will say that we are becoming dictators and so forth and so forth. So the best one is, let us employ some of their own groups to go and combat them. That's the interest.
But then, does that then negate the point you made earlier? Because you're looking at the organic Gen Z protests.
Yes.
And a lot of these young people are not going to the streets because they want money. They actually want to secure their future because they are seeing, from the finance bill protest that we saw last year to what we currently see today, minus the infiltration of the goons who are paid. So you have a population and a generation that is saying, look, we want accountability, we want justice. Where is our money going into? We want to have clear priorities in this country. We want better governance. We want good leadership. So the agitation then is not necessarily influenced by they want money. There is a group, and because it's the politicians' playbook to use goons, meaning that they will pay them money to go cause this disruption. Does that then mean that we are coming off, there's a generation coming off the handouts and the politics of tokenism?
True. You see, the generation that we have now, we are calling the GNC. In fact, I was talking to some of them yesterday, and I was reminding them that their fathers were denied a lot of knowledge for 30 years when we had President Moi's leadership. 30 years. They got involved in drama festivals that children are simply thinking about singing and drama in school. Hakuna kitu ingine. Then they meet once a year, in big festivals, and that is what they aimed for. For 30 years, there is nothing else they knew other than that. They did not bring up their children, in the way that you and I would think that the family should do. And so they were denied. Now, those that were denied are being blamed by their own children that they did not bring them up well. And so these children are saying, you failed us. We want to resuscitate our national life. Now, that's number one. Number two, we have got people that have infiltrated these young people, right? And those people that have infiltrated them are using money to confuse and to recruit from them. And you have seen a few people, some of them that we thought would be their leaders, are not there anymore. And number two is that when we think that they are going to be involved, then they start quarreling themselves. No, that one is not ours. Hiyo ni akina fulani. Wacha tu, so they have lost the aim unless they reinstate it.
But this question of money didn't just start with the Gen Z. During your time, like you rightly said, from YK92, the Girong with the 500 shilling, money was still being used.
That is when it started.
That's when it started.
1992.
So money was used then.
Yes, and they brought a lot of confusion. In fact, let me say this, sir, that if you follow the people that were in the youth for Kanu 92, who are in charge of the districts, they are no more. They died. Some of them through accidents, others committing suicide. That is what we were told. Others actually murdered. The question is this: what did that money do? What is it that it left us? It left us a lot of pain, and that pain has not been addressed, and we are accumulating it. Every time that we are doing things, something is happening that we will never address. We witnessed, young people dying last year. Anybody talking about them? Now, today, we are talking about so many died this year at the world market and so forth. Is anybody addressing it? No. In fact, the leaders in this country need to appreciate one thing. It takes a minute to tip off society, and you can be able, because you have time now, to address it. In fact, it is not the people that should be able to create these programs. It is the government and the leader. The president waking up tomorrow morning and saying, look, we have cultural organizations and associations in this country, in every region. These cultural associations, nataka kusikia kutoka kwa wazee, wanataka tufanye nini? It will take only 7 days, and these things will be addressed.
But if you say the same wazes, these current generations are accusing of not taking care of the things they needed to take care of, if the president reaches out to these wazes, is there going to...
No. You got it wrong. There is my parent, for example.
Yes.
If I am 20 years, my parent maybe is about 45, right? Those are not the mzes I'm talking about. I am talking about the elders. People, if you go to care of the Luo, he will be able to give you the mzes who are sober and characters who look at society as just about...
But Njeri, in context and in all fairness, all these wazes, what good have they done? Because we know most of them are actually bought. We know most of them are under some payrolls. What good are they?
I don't think that is correct. I don't think it is correct. You see, people who do must have an opportunity to do.
Okay.
They have to be given opportunity to do it. You cannot dismiss people until you have given them duties and responsibilities
on how to go forward.
And this is what I'm saying, that the elders in this country cannot continue to be called elders until they have been given opportunity to address the issues that are disturbing this nation.
Let's take a break at this point. You'll stay on with us a little bit, Bwana, because we'll continue with this conversation. Now we step into what Sabas Saba means. We'll come back and we'll continue that, and we'll be joined by Professor Macharia Monene, though virtually, but we'll come back and continue with this conversation at this point while we can. At 1 minute past 8 o'clock, we'll be back after this.
Okay.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Uncertainty and anxiety have gripped parents and education stakeholders ahead of the planned nationwide Sabas Saba protest today. Several urban schools have already announced closures, citing safety concerns for pupils and staff following recent demonstrations that escalated into violence, disrupted learning and endangered lives. In major towns including Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu and Nakuru, school heads have issued urgent notices to parents advising them not to send children to school today. Today's protests are intended to commemorate the historic Sabas Saba movement of July 7, 1990, a pivotal moment in Kenya's struggle for democratic reform. But recent demonstrations have been marked by the use of tear gas, police confrontations and fatalities. Security has been heightened here in Nairobi, with police officers blocking major roads leading into the central business district ahead of planned protests. Anti-riot police have mounted roadblocks on major routes including Waiyaki Way, Kenyatta Avenue, Jogoo Road, Mombasa Road, Thika Road, Kiambu Road, Uhuru Highway and Valley Road. The police have, however, been allowing emergency and government vehicles entry into the CBD. In Mombasa, police have also mounted roadblocks on major roads in Likoni, Nyali and Changamwe. Traffic police officers are positioned at the Sabas Saba intersection, Majengo in Vita. This comes a day after Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen urged Kenyans to embrace peace, saying police officers should not be blamed for dealing with situations that threaten security during protests.
Askari pia wakuwe na information nzuri na wananchi kwa mambo ya kazi ya kudumisha amani kwa taifa letu. Nimeambia askari wetu wakuwe wapole kama njiwa, wakuwe wapole na wazuri kwa wananchi. Lakini kama ni kupambana na majangili na wale ambao wanataka kuharibu mali ya umma, na wale ambao wanataka kuua wananchi wengine ama kuua polisi wawe wakali sana kuhakikisha wananchi wanadumishwa amani. Mnataka namna hiyo ama hapana? Hatuna nia ya kudhuru mtu yoyote, hakuna nia ya kudhuru mtu yoyote. Nia yetu ni kuhakikisha nchi yetu imekaa kwa amani.
Nairobians are having a difficult commuting to work this morning, with police having blocked major roads leading into the central business district ahead of planned protests. On Sunday, Public Service CS Geoffrey Ruko issued a stern warning to all government employees that today is a normal working day and failure to report to duty will attract disciplinary action. Ruko emphasized the importance of adhering to the values and principles of public service as outlined in the Constitution and dismissed assumptions that today would be a public holiday.
Ofisi ni saa 2, kufunga ni 5 p.m. Pale Mombasa kufungua ni 7:30. Kwenda ranch pale Mombasa ni 12:30. Pale Garissa Northeastern kufungua ofisi ni 7:30. Kufunga kwenda ranch ni 12:30. That is what the Human Resource Policies and Procedures Manual for Public Service 2016 calls us, all of us, the public servants of the Republic of Kenya.
The US has deported 8 people to South Sudan following a legal battle that saw them diverted to Djibouti for several weeks. The men, convicted of crimes including murder, sexual assault and robbery, had either completed or were near the end of their prison sentences. Only one of the 8 is from South Sudan. The rest are nationals of Myanmar, Cuba, Vietnam, Laos and Mexico. The US official said most of their home countries had refused to accept them. The Trump administration is working to expand its deportations to third countries. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, how about we take a look where you shouldn't go this morning? Roadblocks in different parts of the city today. There's one at Guru Nanak coming in from the Thika Superhighway, so that's a Thika roadblock. There is the Roy Sambu footbridge, where there's a roadblock there. Gong Road at the City Mortuary or the Nairobi Funeral Home. Awix Kodek DOD roundabout roadblock there, so you will not be able to access the city. Kangemi at the overpass. A roadblock there. Bunyala Road roadblock. Madaraka, there's one there as well. Roy Sambu roundabout towards town. The road is totally closed. You won't be able to access that at all. Kiambu Road closed completely at the DCI headquarters. There moving forward, it is closed. Gitaro Interchange is closed as well, not just a roadblock, but we're also looking at roadblocks on Valley Road at the Kasarani exit, at the Nyayo Stadium, Landis Road, Kenyatta Avenue, and Uhuru Highway. So these are the places that we see blocked this morning. So essentially, you will not be able to get into the CBD if that is your destination. Give us a shout out about other places where you might be stuck this morning or looking for an alternate route to get where you're going. We'll talk and keep things moving somehow. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you at 8 minutes after 8 o'clock. And if you're tuning in, this is the Situation Room on this 7th day of the 7th month of July 2025. It is Sabas Saba Day. And our conversations continue. You're not being connected to where you need to go. You can't make the connection from one point to the next because the roads are closed. But hey, you know what? There's a place where it doesn't matter what. The connection stays.
And you can follow up whatever is happening around the country via the internet. Now, let's say you're all about that stable home setup for work, for family, or even school. That's where Safaricom Home Fiber comes in very strong. So the installation is free, maintenance is free, router replacement or even relocation also free. And just in case there's downtime because life happens, Safaricom has your back covered with 5G of mobile data to hold you down while the issue gets sorted. Usually this takes 24 hours. How cool is that? Now, maybe you're thinking, but fiber, wait a minute, fiber is not in my area yet. No stress. That's exactly where 5G steps in. And even if you're in a 4G area, your 5G router still works. You're covered either way. So whichever suits you, it's time to level up your internet experience with Safaricom. Visit any Safaricom shop, masoko.com, Naivas, Quickmart, or just dial *400# and make the switch. Safaricom feels good to be home.
Absolutely. One way to definitely stay connected. And we're having a conversation this morning, and we continue our conversation. You know, a number of people could not join us this morning because of the fact that, you know, we can't get from point A to point B. We're thankful, though, that Njeri Gathangu is here with us, a former Runyenje's Member of Parliament. And Professor Macharia Munene also was on his way here, but he's been turned back. So we're going to connect with him virtually and continue this conversation with him. It looks like that day where we're going to have to use modern day technology to have those conversations and stay connected anyway. I mean, thanks to Safaricom, that's for sure.
Yep.
But then because of that, that now pushes into our conversation for this hour. So Sabas Saba is the day Bwana when obviously it is commemorated that there was a fight for electoral reform. Huge fight, and said no, what we see or what we've been seeing, what has been the modus operandi for the longest time, whereby anybody can decide whatever happened at an election during the Mlolongo system, you know, that you could then insist and say there must be reforms, we must do this the right way, and then there was a fight for that. Sabas Saba was on this 7th of July is when Kenyans came out into the streets and demanded this. There were certain politicians who were at the front line, one of them being very clearly one Mr. Matiba. And then we saw that in the years that came after that, there were many a politician who fought that fight, you yourself being one of them. And many can remember that history. But then it brings us to a time where today, on this day, Sabas Saba, when electoral reforms were being fought for at that time, that there are certain reforms that are being fought for and demanded for at this time, today. So the character, the DNA of the protest hasn't changed. Is it possible that 60 years ago, 50 years ago, 30 years ago, the demands that were being made then are more or less the same demands that are being made today with Sabas Saba?
The origins of Sabas Saba, because some people may not know, is in Tanzania, 1954, when Julius Nyerere was still mobilizing to have Tanzania free. And 1954 is when they started. And the day, Sabas Saba 1957, is the year or the day that they launched it and talked about what it is they wanted to see in the economics and their freedoms. When we were thinking about Kenya in 1986, 87, 88, we were thinking about how we could stop the government from victimizing some people because of Mwakenya movement. And the Mwakenya became such a big victim that a lot of people were arrested from the universities, students and their lecturers, some of them detained, others forced into exile, etc. And we were saying, no, this one cannot continue this way. So at the tail end of the Mwakenya arrests is when we said, let us have boldly statements about reintroduction of multipartyism, which had been killed completely in 1982. And what happened in 1982 was this, that Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, John Janyona, and some of us had thought of starting a party called the Kenya African Socialist Alliance. And it was going to be announced when John Janyona was arrested en route to the Intercontinental Hotel where we were going to announce it. And they went to Jaramogi's house around Jerusalem, Uhuru, and restricted him there. So it was not announced. And therefore we knew that George has been taken. A few minutes later, somebody said, hey, please don't try. And so George was arrested and detained, and the people decided that what they were going to do was, the government was to restrict Odinga, because Odinga was an old man. He had been involved in very many activities, so they thought of restricting. They got him from Nairobi to Mbodo, where they restricted him in his compound.
We're talking about Jaramogi Odinga.
Jaramogi,
yes.
Not Raila.
Yes.
Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. So now, what I'm saying is this, that after Kenya African Socialist Alliance was denied, the next thing we did was now in 1987-88, where we said we should have another political outfit that was going to be the People's Mobilizer. And therefore, 1988, when Moi dissolved Parliament, in March, we thought the best way to start was to propose John Janyona to be the Speaker of the National Assembly, so that when these people who have been elected in May are convening in Parliament, John Janyona's name will be there. They fought it. Okay, when they fought that, then we started again having an idea that John should be the Secretary General of Transport and Allied Workers Union. All this was to try and see whether we could get some entry point. That was denied. And when it was denied, then we thought the best thing, because again, the president has announced that KANU was going to have elections in 1988, October. Then we would go for those elections. About 30 of us decided to try to get into KANU so that tuchokole tukiwa pale ndani. And so I think 21 of us were elected. I was elected in Embu myself. George Janyona was rejected, not rejected, but the KANU knew. They stopped him. But I was elected. And so we started in October 1988. And by the 1st of January 1989, we had done so much until I was almost kicked out of KANU. And before they kicked me out, we announced the multi-party now movement in Kenya. And when we announced the multi-party movement in Kenya, what did we do? In 1988, after the dissolution of Parliament and the elections of KANU, many characters in KANU were thrown out, including the Matiba that she is talking about. Simeon Nyachai was the chief secretary. He was kicked out of that. And many, Akina Omanga, Akina Nani, many people were displaced. So we went out looking for them. Simeon Nyachai agreed, but he agreed with some condition. Let me not be at the forefront. If you want somebody at the forefront, I'll give you. So he is the one that introduced Matiba to the movement. So we went and met Matiba, and Matiba agreed. Who else was with us? Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, who was our first person to consult and said, yes, we shall support you. But at this time, because you people are going to be arrested, we would like to save some of us to come and fight for you at least. Because you'll be arrested by Moi. But now, go to Bildad Kagia. Tell him that you have told me this. After Bildad Kagia, go to Echengoneko, tell him that. Go to Lukobok and tell him that. And after that, continue with your program. And we continued that way, and true to that statement, we were all arrested. Jaramogi, not Jaramogi, but Matiba, Rubia, and Raila were taken on the 4th of July. We were taken on the 11th of July, on the eve that Nelson Mandela was visiting Kenya. In fact, why were we taken? It's because the Sabas Saba, which had been announced on the 23rd, I think, of April or May, brought in so many people. We were able to bring characters people from Kisumu, from Mombasa, and I think that is why maybe they are actually restraining Mombasa from coming to Nairobi, because they did that time, excitedly. Kisumu was beautiful. They came, in about 9 buses. And Sabas Saba, by the time that it was starting by around 12, we had more than 500,000 people who had been brought from up country.
So there was a spirit in the people. There was a spirit which was, and it was countrywide, and it didn't. It was not dependent on where Kenyans were from regionally. No, it was one spirit for which Kenya was fighting. Correct. One of the characters that you mentioned is Raila Odinga, and that nothing at that time, according to what you are saying, would have stopped him, save for arrest. Never. Would have stopped him from coming out into the street. Yes. It's interesting because he's of a different notion today. We'd like to hear what he said just a day ago about coming out for the Sabas Saba protests. Let's hear what he's got to say. And then we'd like to, okay. And then we'd like to hear your comments on that after we hear that. So he's dissuading Kenyans from going into the city. You talked about the fact that, yes, they blocked people from coming in from Mombasa because there was a lot of the uprising and that the patriotism that was shown coming in from Mombasa. Interestingly enough, the areas in which one of the first towns was established in Kenya. And then Kisumu, like you said, was beautiful. People came out. And Nairobi was, beehive of activity. Indeed, Kamkunji, one of the first places where this protest or this remembrance was registered. Raila Odinga comes out and says, you know what, let's not go to the city. Let's go to Kamkunji to remember it. Is there some kind of weight in what he says?
Well, first of all, Raila, Raila is right to go to Kamukunji. Kamukunji is a very sacred ground for politicians and for political activism in this country. It will be remembered that even as early as in the 50s, Kamukunji was still a very central ground for politicians. However, I am not sure whether Raila is going to Kamukunji to celebrate Sabas Saba, but because one, he was not part of the group that actually announced the Sabas Saba. No. He came in after. And number two is that they were arrested on the 4th in the day, and so they went. What happened in the Sabas Saba, they actually didn't know, because already they had been detained. But the day marked by politicians like Raila Odinga becomes substantial in this country. Substantial in the sense that in the recent days, for example, and I want to remind my brother because, he is, we have been in detentions together and it is good to reflect on some things. In the recent days, a lot of people have been talking about Raila being, diluting himself by joining the government, which means that the opposition loses its stamina because of these things. Today, when I reflect about what he is saying, that he is going to Kamukunji, it simply means that he also has started realizing maybe there is something slightly wrong about what he is doing. And personally, I think it is good to say that, yes, my brother Raila, my comrade, yes, go to Kamukunji. And when you go to Kamukunji, remember how many souls have been lost on that ground, and how many we lost on the Sabas Saba day 1990, and remember them. If it is possible, because you are close to one William Ruto, why is it that you would not be able to talk to this man, not just about political program for 2027, but about addressing the many cries, pains, hearts about those people that we have lost in these programs?
Isn't it ironic then, because Raila, who is in this broad-based arrangement, as they call it, has contacts and direct contacts to speak to the president, but coming out to say he's going to go to Kamukunji and then telling Kenyans not to go to the CBD but to go to Kamukunji, what's the significance? Why now? What's the significance now? Because is he saving face? What is he commemorating? What do you read into it?
Yeah, I'm not sure whether I said this or I didn't when I said there is what in the Catholic Church masses they say mea culpa, mea culpa. Mea max, mea culpa. Meaning that it is my fault. It is my fault. It is my fault as Raila to have a Gen Z movement that thinks it is leaderless, that thinks it is partiless, that thinks it is regionless, that thinks it is everything less. Meaning that they actually said themselves, Raila, stay home. Let us do this for you, right? But we are going there as leaderless. Were they saying that they are leaderless because Raila was the leader? That is why I'm saying, look, he may have discovered, in fact, that the reason why we were meeting at the CBD as Gen Zs is because we were leaderless. Now that Raila, you have come, maybe take your position and lead the movement from Kamukunji. That way then we shall be able to say the leader is back. Go out there to our friend William Ruto, talk to him about why our children must never be touched again.
Do you think that he still has a place commanding this opposition and commanding this position whereby he did stand, or maybe still does, in whatever capacity, to push for this particular agenda? It was very clear over the years, the arrests, the forced silences that Raila Odinga did go through, essentially to fight for a place where people would then be able to be free in a democratic space. It seems as though that has been relinquished today in the minds of many. Do you think he still holds that position in whatever capacity?
Yes, I think so, because repentance is a great sign for everybody. And his actions, saying at this particular moment in time that he is going to Kamukonji, is an expression of repentance. In fact, I was talking to some bishops last week, and I was telling them that they need to repent and apologize to the public of this nation that they went wrong in 2022. They should not have taken sides. And they felt shy. And one of them said, Kathangu, some of us cannot go because we support this man 100%, and we are not sure at what point we can enter this fray anymore. Then I said, maybe the best thing you can do is please say sorry to the country and ask the president to apologize to you. That is what I am saying. Any action that Raila is going to be taking that appears to be on the people's side is going to me to be a repenting action, and I am able to say that yes, Raila has got a way that he can be able to salvage the situation.
Joining us in the room as well this morning is Professor Noah Midamba. He's a foreign policy and defense expert.
Sorry. I thought I'd stop.
Ole sana.
Get you some water.
We'll get you sorted out with that, so that will be cleared up. But thank you, despite it all, for being here with us this morning. It took you a while, obviously, because you have to find your way around the city this morning, isn't it?
I got escorted by police.
Oh, they escorted you?
Yes.
Okay. That's fantastic.
Very good.
Yes.
All right. We're looking into Sabas Saba. Of course, that's where we are this morning. We're going to take a break at this point, maybe give you a minute to catch your breath, and then we'll come back and have this conversation more as we go along. Necessary for us to do so. This is a Situation Room. This morning, I have to remind you that, there's some really dangerous diseases out there. One of them is typhoid, and every child deserves a healthy start to life. But threats like typhoid and measles, rubella still endanger our communities. Typhoid is a serious illness spread through contaminated food and water, causing high fever, stomach pain, and fatigue. Measles is highly contagious and can lead to severe complications, especially in young children. Symptoms include fever, persistent cough, red eyes, and body rash. But the good news is this: these diseases are preventable. So from now until the 14th of July, the Ministry of Health will roll out a nationwide vaccination campaign. Children between the ages of 9 months and 14 years will receive the typhoid conjugate vaccine. Those between 9 months and 5 years will also get the measles rubella vaccine. All vaccines are safe and effective and absolutely free. You'll find health workers at public health facilities, schools, markets, and places of worship across the country. We need to protect the future, one child at a time. So visit your nearest vaccination center today. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Health, UNICEF, World Health Organization, and its development partners right here at SpiceFM. And one of the places where you can actually go and get these is the Aga Khan Hospital, Roy Sambo. Watu wa Thika Road, usiende mbali kutafuta dialysis. The Aga Khan University Teaching Hospital has brought dialysis near you to the Roy Sambo Specialty Center. The medical center is SHA certified, and you can use your SHA coverage to pay for your dialysis. Other services available at the Aga Khan University Hospital Roy Sambo Clinic include chemotherapy services, endoscopy, and daycare surgeries. We're also looking at specialists available at this clinic, which include pediatricians, gynecologists, family physicians, gastroenterologists, general surgeons, orthopedic surgeons, ENTs, dentists, dermatologists, and more. Aga Khan University Hospital, world-class care here and now. For more information, call 0730 011 888.
This is the Situation Room
the only way to start your day.
When you are unwell, you need a healthcare partner who will prioritize your welfare. Aga Khan University Hospital has brought specialized care near to you through their 54 medical centers across East Africa. And now the hospital has brought world-class care to Raptor Road, Westlands at the Promenade Building. Some of the specialist services offered in this clinic include family physician, pediatricians, well baby, gynecologist, ENT specialist, counseling psychologist, nutrition and weight loss, among others. The Aga Khan University Hospital has also made medical checkups more available through our subsidized wellness packages. These packages are available at a clinic in your neighborhood. Do not wait until it is complicated. When diseases are detected early, there are more treatment options, better outcomes and quicker recovery. From as low as 10,415, you can get a comprehensive medical checkup in this clinic and at any of our medical centers. Visit any Aga Khan University Hospital Medical Center in your hood today or call 0730-011-888. Aga Khan University Hospital. World-class care here and now.
Traffic.
All right, so what we're doing this morning is giving you a bit of an update in terms of the roads that are open and those that are closed. You will not be able to access from 6:30 this morning and even before Thika Road, Roy Sambu, Guru Nanak, Waiaki Kangemi Flyover, Mombasa Road, GM Motors, that's for sure, Gong Road, City Mortuary Roundabout, Valley Road, DOD and Integrity Center, Juja Road, Pangani Interchange, Langata Road near the T-Mall. A heavy security deployment observed at Uhuru Highway, Kenyatta Avenue Roundabout, Uhuru Highway, Haile Selassie Roundabout, Moi Avenue, Parliament Road and Harambee Avenue, Kenyatta Avenue, and normal patrols along Ronald Ngala Street and River Road. However, it is empty wherever you go. So restricted zones, what we're talking about this morning, roads near Parliament, City Hall and State House remain fully blocked with sustained police presence. There was a little bit of crowd activity in the city, but there is heavy police presence in the area. So that's what it looks like this morning. You're not going to be able to go much of anywhere. If you're headed into the city, you might want to think about heading back. And all of this, we're going to keep an eye on this. Help us do this, guys. And we're going to keep it normal as most as we can, isn't it? And we'll talk on SpiceFM. KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4
All right,
Spice
then we're
FM,
looking in
Nairobi,
at,
online, mobile, and on
25 minutes to 9 o'clock, and our conversation continues this morning right around Sabas Saba. And now it's interesting because we stay connected with Safaricom, that's for sure. So whether we're in the room, conversations can continue. So here with us is Professor Noah Midamba. He's a foreign policy and defense expert, as well as former member of parliament for Runyenje's constituency, Njeri Kathangu. And joining us also on the phone is Professor Masharia Monene, who is a political historian and joins us on the phone this morning. We say we'll get him on in just a minute, and Eva, you can help out with that just to connect him. But the conversations that we have this morning are extremely important, and we start off with you, Professor Midamba, because we're at Sabas Saba decades after the original one. And it seems that this Sabas Saba this year is now a consolidation of the many protests that have been happening in the country over the last 2 years and almost 3 years, but brings us to a point where it falls on this 7-7. And we're asking the question about democracy in question. Is it a disillusionment, or what we've heard that people should just tuck it in and go and sit at home and let governance continue? Is that where we are?
Thank you for asking this profound question. I think we need to be very careful as a country when we talk about democracy. What is it? Lincoln described democracy as government of the people, by the people, and for the people. America itself has been, for the last 200 years, one of the best examples where people like me can go in and rise up the ladder to the highest and be able to do anything, buy a home, build a home, and then be able to return to my original country. So democracy offer everything to everybody. But I want to say this. Ronald Reagan was probably one of the most conservative presidents in the U.S. And in his last speech, if you see it, is probably one of the most powerful speech there is, where he say, America is everyone, from everywhere. And the moment America become something else, then the society will fall apart. And there is a test right now of what we call fundamental democracy in America. Is America going to see what was there yesterday? Or are we going to see completely a different America? And America, based on my study and experience, is the most powerful country in the world, militarily and economically. So it will affect every single person on this earth. And then the young people, of course, are very fast and they learn very fast. And they're beginning to ask questions, what's going on? In our experiment, 60 years of independence, there are things we've done wrong. There are wrong courses we have taken. But by and large, if you look at Africa as a whole, and most of the third world, Kenya's done very well. Kenya is the fifth largest economy in Africa. If you compare Kenya and North Korea, GDP, Kenya economy is twice that of North Korea. And North Korea is shooting ICBM, but we are relatively feeding our people. So the issue is what messaging are we giving to the young people? I'm an educator. I was vice chancellor of KCA. I'm now chair of Moi University. And we are on the verge of really retooling and redirecting Moi University so that Moi can be a center of training people about mindset. Mindset is that this is my country. I'm going to take care of it. It doesn't matter if I'm young or not, but I have obligation. So long as we are in a situation where they and us, we cannot move any further. And that is the kind of thing. My friend here is a parliamentarian. And they're very divisive. You know, when they talk, when you listen to them, it's me and everything else. and so me and everything else is not going to work. Lee Kuan Yew said that he came in bare hand as Prime Minister of Singapore. Mm-hmm. He has two choices. One, to become the richest man in the world, grab everything and become the richest, or move the country up the ladder, and so everybody benefit. And so when you look at the Southeast Asia, which were colonized like ourselves, and they move into a very comfort zone and on top of the world, then you ask a question, why is Africa not able to do it? Here's my point. Mauritius is doing very well in terms of understanding young people, giving them room to express themselves, and providing democracy. It is the leading as far as Africa is concerned. And then Rwanda next door is also very aggressive in opening up space for young people and for democracy in Africa. And same with Tunisia. And South Africa, with all its problems, is relatively a democratic country. And so all in all, we have challenges because young people sometimes can hear things one way. I work with a lot of them. I mentor hundreds of students. And the more you focus them on tangible outcome, this is what is going to happen.
I'd like
they become very productive.
I hear you. We'd like to bring in at this point Professor Macharia Munene, historian, as well as political historian, to just Professor, good morning.
Good morning to you.
How are you doing?
So far, not bad.
Yes, we know you tried to. Indeed, we know you tried to make your way here earlier on, but that wasn't quite possible. But hey, we get connected either way, so we're very glad that you did, and that we look forward to when you could have you in the hot seat, actually. But obviously, you do know quite a lot in terms of history as per what this particular day actually means. We'd like you to then be able to put that up against the current stage where we are faced in terms of governance and leadership. What does it mean? The images that we see kind of mirror each other in 2025 as they did in the 90s. Are we looking towards a different political dispensation?
I think we are likely to have in fact, we have moved to a different level. One of the similarities is that in July 1990, the public lost fear of government, and the initiative moved away from the government and the political operators who are deciding everything and telling people what to do, to the other side where the initiative was coming from places other than the government. I think we are moving to that stage at this time, where up to this time the government has had the initiative, but now it looks as if the initiative is shifting now to the other side, whether they are called the Gen Zs or whatever they are. The government does not appear to be in control anymore, in part because it has lost credibility. And people are complaining that no one can be trusted. Policies appear to be made by people who do not know what they are doing. And therefore, there is very little trust in the government. And so the initiative has shifted or shifting to places other than the center, the government center. So there is that similarity. The loss of fear. Remember in 1990, the two players, main players, Charles Obi and Kenneth Matiba, had asked for a license to hold a rally at Kamkunji, and they were denied the license. And to make matters worse, they were detained on July the 4th, the American Independence Day. Actually, Obi was picked from the American ambassador's residence after he attended the ceremony there. So there were no leaders at that time. And yet, on the 7th, that Saturday, many people showed up at Kamkunji, with nobody guiding them as far as we could be told. And for 3 days, there was a running confrontation between the police and the public. And those 3 days were turning in terms of the relationship between the government and the people everywhere. So from there we can see the projection of gradually the government agreeing to multi-party arrangement, which it was very reluctant to do that. But Sabas Saba was a turning point. Now, later on, there will be other people who put up something very dramatic, the creation of the forum. It was something very big, and usually people portray the Ford rallies as the Sabas Saba. They were not. Sabas Saba was something that had passed, but Ford came later. But when you have people like Shikuku and Orengo on top of pickups running around, that's something that came later. But it was as a result of what happened on July 7th, 1990.
Prof, I want to ask you something. I want to connect some things that you said, because one thing that you did say was that in 1990, folks showing up at Kamkunji on that Saturday morning, there was no leader. There was nobody who came forth and said, I am the person who is leading this, and these are folks who are rallying behind me. If we can draw parallels between what is happening today with the Gen Z movement, those are the words that are used to describe this movement as leaderless, as, tribeless. So it's more or less the same thing, but we have some of the same people who are saying you must have somebody who will come forth. We have the same thing playing out in 1990 that we do in 2025. Would that talk about a change in direction? Would that talk about a change in leadership or governance?
Well, I think what has happened since last year, initially the Gen Zs were truly leaderless, fearless, tribeless, and all those other things. But since then, we've seen the infiltration of these people to the point that some people have come out and claimed to be the leaders, which is a very different ballgame altogether. And claiming to be the leaders, then they are easily compromised. Some of them are easily compromised, others something else. So you start having divisions within the movement, which is not what it was in 1990. The 1990 movement was very strong, in part because it was kind of a feeling inside that things are not good and people have to react one way or the other. To the extent that there is same feeling at present about that things are not going well and people have to react, there is that similarity. And the one would look at it 1 year later, the government appears to be more determined on how to deal with it than could be said. Whether it's going anywhere or not is another matter, because there seems to be a very serious determination, particularly by the youth, to right the wrongs that are very clear. And that's where the strength is, that they appear to be determined, except for the opportunists. The goons that come in, these are opportunists, and mainly prompted by some political players in order to undermine the essence of the Gen Zs when it started. So we have a movement which can be interesting to watch as it unfolds. Now, my view is that these are people who do not know what trouble is, the war or fighting. They do not know anything about the Moi period. These were children who Kibaki said, they should go to school, and they went to school because they were told to go to school. And they learned a lot of interesting things. They learned how to ask questions. They learned how, if things go wrong, you don't keep quiet. That's what they learned in schools. You just check what it is that they were reading. And now as they grow, become mature up, and they see things going wrong, then therefore they act what they learned. And that's to have become a problem, mainly to the elders and other people. Some of them might have wished they were the ones doing it, and they are regretting that they never could do that. In fact, people who are demonstrating before are puzzled by this movement, which they have no control over, and they would like to be the ones to claim leadership. So we have a different ballgame in this thing.
Professor Macharia, Dennis Okari here. You've talked about elders, and we've, in the recent past, have had this conversation around disillusionment. My question to you is, how do we process and move beyond the conversation around this movement being about a change of system versus individuals in power? Because how it's being turned around is it's targeted towards individuals. It's being ethnicized rather than looking at an entire agitation towards change of systems, change of structures, justice, and corruption.
Well, there is a similarity to 1990, because there was also an attempt to ethnicize the whole thing in 1990. And I remember Timothy Njeri visiting Jaramogi Odinga and then asking him why he was not speaking up on this matter. And then Jaramogi came up and said, he's for it. And that kind of diffused the whole thing, tried to say that it's a Kikuyu thing because Matiba and Rubia. And we have seen that even in this one, an attempt to sideline the issue by making it an ethnic issue. It may not be going very well for the people in charge. There were those who are trying to do that. There are also those who are trying to make a capital out of it. There are always opportunists everywhere. And they are trying to say now, if things would be very good if only this particular community did not exist, or was not engineering this and that and that, which is actually missing the point. Because what is happening, a lot of things are not going well in the country. And since they are not going well and people can see it, they need better tactics or better advisors on how to go about things. The force, the show of might, can be a temporary solution. Not a solution, just a little settlement. But the big thing is there, which needs a serious approach, which at present does not appear to be in the books for the people in the government. They need to rethink properly what is going on. And you have a contradiction. The Minister for Public Works has told that everybody must go to work at 8 o'clock. That's what he said. And then the police have blocked the way to work.
Indeed.
You cannot go. That's a contradiction. And then you say, what's this? In fact, I was trying to come to your studio there, and then I was told by a policeman. It was actually very nice about it. He just told me to turn around and go back. So that's what's going on. The block, so people cannot go to. So essentially, there is a holiday, whether people like it or not, because people are not going.
I'd like to bring in
for safety, go ahead.
Well, I want to bring in Prof. Midamba here, because I'm hearing what Prof. Macharia is saying, and he says, you know what, they've asked us to go back. And I think that's a fundamental statement here, that it could be you literally in your vehicle going back, but by then not allowing this process to take place, is Kenya then actually literally going back, where Prof. Macharia is in his vehicle going back home and not being able to see out a process that he had planned for this morning, and a policeman saying go back because we're not going to be able? Are we then actually, and the many people who are being turned back from the city this morning or going where they need to go, are we going back? Are we retrogressing? Are we regressing right now?
Thank you. One is we need to understand what's going on. What's going on is not only a Kenya phenomenon, it's a worldwide phenomenon. Young people are different. My daughter is a very senior member of the U.S. State Department, but she does not like to be confined to an office 8 to 5. She wants to work from Bangkok, she wants to work from Kenya, from Europe, and this is very productive on what she does. And all her colleagues and friends, they're all like that. And therefore, they like to have a lot of freedom, these young people. They want to move where they want to move. They want to do what they want to do. And I see Macharia's experience and my experience this morning was entirely different. I got escorted by police who say, oh, you are providing a very important role for the country. And so they escorted me, to get here and I get on time. The police don't mean to hurt people. The police have orders. That is not saying that they're not bad apples inside police. We're really not trained and untamed. They are there. But majority are people who want to follow order. They do what they're asked to do, whether stopping you from going to work or not. This is a policy behind the scene. Somebody has made a policy to not allow people to go in town because of the kind of carnage that happened recently, where innocent people got hurt. Stores got bombed, and all that kind of thing. In a democracy, you are expected to have order and respect to other people. You have the right to demonstrate, you have the right to say what you want to say, but you have no right to go and bomb somebody else's store and grab things by force.
Are they the same people who are doing these things? Are the people who are protesting the same individuals who are going out in these protests to destroy?
Well, I would not say that. I think majority of the people just mean to get out and express themselves.
So we can't give the same advice to the protesters to not go and destroy?
No, these people just are honest. They're expressing their frustration with the system. And, the best thing is to go out there and protest. But they're goons, unfortunately, that have been paid by other people to create mayhem. There are people who are going in there who are opportunists, who are looking at chaos. When anarchists come, everyone is for themselves. And this is such a beautiful country, people. that we have to protect it. We, the people, have to protect this country because it's much better than most of the countries that you see. But when people talk, it's like we are on the last death trap. There is nothing left.
But
Yes.
Prof, when you say we have to protect our country, in your earlier statement, when you're giving the example of the US, you talked about us versus them. And you talked about tangible outcomes that will come out of this movement. But now, when you say we have to protect our country, then in this case, who is we and who is them? Because isn't then that what the political class have been trying to push around to make it is us versus them, meaning there are those who want to destroy the country and there are those who want to protect the country.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. In every society that happens. I don't think you can find any society where people are all thinking alike. That is not going to happen. There are people who are disgruntled. There are people who benefit, who are feeling much better. But what I'm saying is for us to have a sense of nationalism, with diverse opinion. Politicians have their own role. The citizens have their own role. Youth have their own role. But we can have that diverse opinion, but still respect what is it that we have. And what we have is Kenya. And Kenya is a country that we love.
I want last words from you, Professor Macharia, even as we close out this conversation, that we're looking into a day that could possibly mirror that Saturday that was on the 7th of July, 1990. But do you think that a protest in this manner, or the demonstrations that we see, will actually lead to the things that are being demanded for?
It's possible that they can lead to some of these things, but it will need a change of mind at the top. This idea of protecting the country is a good one, but there is a mistake in imagining that the protection of the country is monopoly of a few people. And when things are going wrong, maybe the problem is not the people demonstrating, it's the people who are doing the wrong things. Like the level of corruption in the whole country is exorbitant. The impression, whether right or wrong, that there is no sovereignty in the country, it's being mortgaged to some other external forces. So people are also protesting about that. When we hear that things are being done which do not make sense, especially when there is a shortage of. So protecting the country is a collective effort by all Kenyans, irrespective of who or the position. That day will come. When that will be, I do not know. But definitely things have changed. It's no longer the same thing. Yes, there will be effort by some interested players to mobilize goons, as they have been doing, to undermine the movement, the Gen Z movement. Because when you remember when they started last year, all they were doing is citing the Constitution and singing the national anthem and carrying the flag. That's what they were doing. And then somebody introduced the goons. And the effort was to undermine this thing. So the people who introduced the goons are the ones who need to change their position if they're going to help to protect the country. It cannot be said that you put a lot of police in their military gear or the security apparatus, guns and everything, which they do. And some of them, yes, are very polite. Actually, the one who turned me around was very polite about it, but still told me go back. We have good people, but we need a mental change, particularly at the top. That's why the change is needed, not with the masses. The masses need to be guided in the right way, and it can be done the right way if the right things are being done at the top. That's what the weakness is.
Professor Macharia Monene.
Then we shall do it.
And then we shall do it. Professor Macharia Monene, thank you so much for joining us on the line this morning. Professor Noah Midamba, and also thank you so much, Bwana Njeri Kathangu, for being here in this conversation with us this morning. Interesting day ahead, but thanks for sharing your insights with us on the Situation Room this morning. Everybody, thank you very much. 9:02. Good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. As Kenyans mark 35 years since the first Sabas Saba uprising, Muhoroni MP James Onyango has urged those planning to participate in today's demonstrations to do so peacefully and within the confines of the law. He's called on demonstrators not to destroy property and urged them to desist from looting.
Kila mtu akuna right ya maandamano, picketing na kusema shida yake kulingana vile inapaswa kwa. Kila mtu akuna uhuru. Lakini hiyo uhuru isitumike njia mbaya. What we want is that wananchi tafadhali kama mko na shida tuje tusaidiana na sisi tuwasaidie. Mambo ya kutupa mawe, kuchoma gari mwenyewe ama kuharibu nchi haitusaidii. At the end of the day, hiyo nchi ni yetu, ni yako na ni yangu. Ukichoma mali ya mtu na amepata mali yake kwa tuseme mtu kuna miaka 70 ama 80, hii miaka yote ametafuta mali. Sasa wewe kijana mwaka 20 ndio unaenda kuchukua kibiriti, unachoma mali ya mtu ambao ametafuta miaka 60. Hata ni laana.
This comes a day after the National Police Service warned the public against engaging in violent protests and destruction of property. While acknowledging the constitutional right to peaceful demonstration, the NPS urged the public to exercise this right in accordance with the law. In Nakuru City, many shops and businesses have closed this morning amid heightened security as residents prepare for today's commemorative protest. KTN's Ken Gashui is there.
The residents are taking every precaution that they can have to ensure that their businesses remain safe. Last month we saw that some of the businesses were actually broken into, and as we saw yesterday, very many people, very many traders were here trying to reinforce the doors to their business premises. Most of them have not opened as usual. This is a town that usually come back to life at around 3 a.m. but as we can see today, most of the businesses are still locked. The Matatu terminus is very deserted. The Nakuru market, the Nakuru Wakulima market, the Nakuru top market are still closed, with the traders not yet showing up because of what they have witnessed in the previous protest.
Still in Nakuru City, these men have called on protesters to be peaceful.
Tunaomba Mungu aweze kuwa na maandamano ya amani siku ya leo, sababu hii Kenya ni yetu na tunahitaji kuwa na amani. Kwa hivyo naomba tu hapa CBD, naomba tu kama kutakuwa na maandamano yote iwe maandamano ya amani.
Tunaomba Mungu ya kwamba kama maandamano haya yangefanywa kwa amani, jambo hili lingetufurahisha sana, maana tukiangalia kama kule sokoni, kama sasa wamefunga soko, hatufanyi kazi kwa sasa, wafanye biashara wengine washatoroka mpaka kwenda manyumbani.
High Court Judge Chacha Mwita is today expected to deliver judgment in a petition challenging the government's directive requiring Kenyans to disclose their mobile phone international mobile equipment identity or IMEI numbers. Last year, the Communication Authority directed all phone manufacturers, retailers and mobile network operators to upload the IMEI number of each device to a KRA-provided portal as part of efforts to enhance tax compliance and combat counterfeit devices. But the directive sparked data privacy concerns. Katiba Institute moved to court to challenge the directive, arguing that it amounts to unconstitutional surveillance and an infringement on the right to privacy. Last December, the court issued conservatory orders temporarily suspending the enforcement of the directive, pending the determination of the case. Israel says it has launched strikes on 3 ports and a power plant in Houthi-controlled areas of Yemen. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz confirmed their targets included the commercial ship Galaxy Leader. The ship, hijacked by the rebel group in 2023, was used to monitor maritime vessels in international waters, Israel said. After the Israeli attacks on Hudaydah, Ras, Isa and Saif ports, 2 missiles were launched from Yemen into Israel, according to the Israeli military. Since the start of the Israel-Hamas war, the Iran-backed Houthi rebels have regularly launched missiles at Israel in solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza and attacked commercial ships in the Red Sea. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
The Ministry of Health is conducting a typhoid and measles rubella vaccination campaign in all the 47 counties from 5th to 14th July 2025. The typhoid vaccine will be administered to children aged 9 months to 14 years. The measles rubella vaccine will be administered to children aged 9 months to 5 years. These vaccines are safe, effective, and available free of charge at all health facilities, schools, markets, and places of worship near you. Typhoid is a serious disease that spreads through contaminated food and water. Maintain safe water and sanitation even after receiving the typhoid vaccine. Measles is highly contagious. It can cause severe complications and even death. Vaccination against measles offers the best protection against the disease. Let's protect our children from typhoid and measles rubella. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Health in collaboration with UNICEF and the World Health Organization.
Traffic.
All right, we continue to share what's going on in terms of traffic this morning. Just a little bit of movement then seen, but it's not your big vehicles, or rather not your normal vehicular traffic. Just taking a look at the roads that remain closed, at least for now. Let's take a quick look at that. You will not be able to get through. There are now roadblock points at the City Stadium roundabout. We're also looking at, if we're going to come round this way, come west, Kino. We're also looking at the Thika Road Mall. There is one at Kasarani, which is completely closed. Langata Road, there is one. Gitaru, there's one. And Kangemi coming in on the A104, there is closure there. Kiambu Road, just outside the DCI HQ, there is closure there. The General Motors roundabout coming off of Mombasa Road, there is no movement beyond the General Motors roundabout. Naivasha Road, also busy, also forming that nexus with Kikuyu Road. Arwings Kodet closed as you're going towards Valley Road. City Mortuary, Nairobi Funeral Home right there coming off of Ngong Road is closed as well. There's another road block right around Pangani. The Bodeni Nakuru Road, there's one there as well. Samir Business Park along Mombasa Road is also closed at this point. Kitengela coming in, the bypass at Kamaki's, the 75 roundabout in Bakassi, Limuru Road blocked at the United Nations, State House roads and its alternative roads totally blocked, and Ngong Road closed at the Junction Mall. That's what it looks like this morning. We'll keep an eye on all of this. There's nothing to keep moving, but you need to stay safe. We'll talk. SpiceFM KEONX. Ever.
Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, so we continue to look at, obviously, the city is very different this morning, but the Situation Room continues. This is the Situation Room, Ndu and Dennis. The other Dennis, now, if you'll find him on your screens on KTN, giving updates in terms of what's happening around this Sabas Saba day. And the Situation Room, though you will not be able to connect transport-wise, you'll definitely be able to connect with Safaricom.
Yes, and I have a quick question for you. Is your internet holding you back? Yes, you're stuck in your homes. You can go back. You can go to your office this morning. You're being turned back. You need internet to catch up and follow up on what's happening. But is it holding you back? And are you tired of buffering when streaming or lag when gaming? Then listen up. we've got two solid options from Safaricom. So I'm going to deal with the first one, depending on your vibe and where you live. Let's start with the power move, which is the Safaricom 5G. Imagine this. You are in the city, maybe in the CBD, maybe in your house, or you're chilling in your apartment, and boom, you're surfing, streaming, gaming, all at crazy fast speeds, up to 50 Mbps. Portability, oh yes, this is the kind of router you carry around and stay online anywhere, at home, the office, even inside your car. Yes, TikTok, YouTube, Netflix, Facebook, no lag, just vibes. And the best part is, it's only 2,999 shillings to get you started. Whichever suits you, it's time to level up your internet experience at Safaricom. Visit any Safaricom shop, masoko.com, Naivas Quickmart, or just dial *400# and make the switch. Safaricom, feels good to be home.
Indeed, there you go. Connecting conversations that we can continue to do this. And so for all our audiences on live streams on YouTube, Facebook and on X, Kenya's biggest conversation continues. We're going to take a quick look around what's happening in the city and in the country. We know that a lot of roads have been... Dennis, you said that was the longest traffic update that we've given for a while. But it's interesting because in this case, we're talking about the roads that you cannot use in terms of traffic today. So we're seeing roadblocks all around the city, and essentially this is to curb folks who would be then trying to make their way into the city for protests, one would imagine. And those are the things that we are looking at today. And so we're going to start by talking to and taking a look at some of the things that are happening around the city today, and then we'll have a word with you at some point. So our reporters are standard group reporters in different parts of the city this morning, and at this point we just want to get a word from them in terms of what is going on and where we are. On Thika Road, Barria's on this morning, and we're just going to hear a word from him. Hello, good morning. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Good.
Thank you.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm doing fine.
I know it's busy. It's busy. Just give us a report of what's happening on the... I believe you're still on the Thika Superhighway. Were you heading towards Kasarani, or in which direction were you going?
Good morning. I'm reporting live from the Thika Road, where the historic Sabas Saba protest have been brought the Kenya's capital at Stanfield. Behind me, actually, I'm at the Luvai 45 roundabout, and I can tell you the roads have been found with actually heavy security checkups are going on right now. For the last 30 minutes I've been here, I've not seen any actually matatu flying from Thika, of course, Nairobi, and other areas, of course, the town. I've not seen any single matatu, and so people have been forced actually to walk their way to the town, and of course their working places which are along here, Thika Road. From a town, there is almost 7 actually barricades which have been mounted by the police officers. The motorbikes have not been allowed actually to make their way to town, and I spoke to some of them telling me they are so frustrated. They have actually they are complaining, losing money because the businesses are down. They can't actually carry the people from here to town, and that means the business have been disrupted, and people of the country are... They are actually calling this as one of the things which they are angry of the government. They are saying the protests go on, but again, the business will be actually one of the things. So the impact to the Kenyans of immediate first commuters who normally take matatu areas from Kasarani, Githurai, Kahawa, and Zimmerman into town are now facing the unprecedented actually situations. They must walk distances of about 20 kilometers actually to reach their, of course, destination. This serves, remember, the matatu serves as the backbone of the Kenya public transport system, and the complete disruption means there is nothing that is going to work. And also got some just 2 minutes to talk to some of the police officers. They told us this is one of the actually precautions they are taking, because they're saying some of the business owners have complained over a long time, saying the businesses have been actually affected when all this protest actually goes on, because the protests have been infiltrated by goons who actually pose as protesters. So we shall be looking at some of the key areas, but I can assure you, from all the roads actually which actually connect to Thika Road, have also been mounted big barricades, police officers, and you must actually produce your job card. You must actually produce your ID or anything else that will show you are going where and what are you doing before they can allow you to actually make your way
through. All right, so Davis, I understand that you're obviously in a very loud place, and so of course we hear a lot of vehicular noise. But just to make a clarification, that even though the roadblocks are up, what you're essentially saying is that if folks are presenting their work card stating that they're going to work, are they then being let through?
Yes, you must produce your job card before you're being let to go. So that is one of the security measures that have been put in these all roadblocks that have been mounted here along Thika.
So if you are in a vehicle and you present your work card saying that you're going to work, are they letting vehicles through the roadblocks?
Sure, they are letting the vehicles through the roadblocks, but again, these vehicles are not massaged. Private, of course, cars are the ones which are being allowed. I've not seen any single matatu. I've not seen anyone on the motorbike being allowed to pass. So they are just private, of course, cars.
Okay, so folks who are alighting, because where you are is just next to one of the major stages or matatu public transport stages there. So are folks alighting, disembarking, and then starting to walk, or are they turning back?
Here where I am, most of the people are using the motorbike. You bought the motorbike. When you reach at that roadblock, you'll be actually allowed to produce the job card, anything. Then you walk from there. A lot of people are walking because when the motorbike hits the roadblock, they can't find, because they're saying some of the people are saying some of these motorbikes are the ones who actually most of the time they carry to town, and these people, small groups being from the end. So if you happen to board a matatu, you'll not be allowed. If you happen to board a motorbike, you'll not be allowed to pass those. Only the private, of course, car owner.
Davis Mberia is our reporter. He is in the vicinity of the Thika Superhighway this morning. Davis, thanks so much, brother, and keep safe. We will get back in touch with you in a bit to find out how the situation changes over there. All right, so we'll continue looking at different parts of the country. We'll hear in a short while from folks in Mombasa. Our reporter Tobias Chanji is patched in a short while, and we'll get to know what's going on in Mombasa in just a bit, and then we'll come back and look into Nakuru and find out what the situation is around. He said something very interesting, Dennis. He said that, folks are, if you produce your job ID and in your private vehicle, then you can actually go to work. I've seen a comment here by Mtuflani. Good morning, Mtuflani. And he asks, okay, so what about those who are going to open their private businesses? What about the Mjengo guy? What about the one who's going to beat out tin for the next 8 hours? What if he doesn't have a job card? Then does he have to go back home and lose the maybe 500 shillings that he would get to feed his family?
I'll tell you how this works. So you'll pass through the first roadblock. You'll find the cops who will allow you because you presented your job card. You'll find another roadblock where you'll meet other cops who will tell you, no, you can't still pass. So it's very confusing. Ideally, what should have happened is Kenyans should have been told, because earlier on, CS Ruku was talking about all public servants must go to work today. By 8 a.m., report to your regional officers, you must go to work. People are waking up in the morning, they want to go to work, but they don't know how to, because a large part of getting into the city is already blocked. So there should have been a directive that if you have a job card, you can get to work. Because Githurai 45, that's where Davis was. So you're stopped at Githurai 45, you present your job card that you can go into the city. So you have to walk from Githurai 45 to the CBD to your office. How does that even work? So it's pointless. You see, if you're talking about essential services, there should have been a directive and an order that this is how it's going to work on Sabas Saba, but nobody knows what's going on.
I don't want to imagine that there's an element of surprise whereby we wake up Monday morning and you're told
they had a plan.
It should be.
There's a security plan.
In terms of how they were going to keep people out.
Yes.
There should have been then, what you're saying is that there should have been a follow-up plan in terms of Kenyans should have been told this is what you will or will not do, this is where you cannot go in advance of time.
During COVID, when there was a lockdown, the directives are very, very clear. So during a lockdown, this is what's supposed to happen. Don't go out. If you're going out, this is what you should carry with you. Carry your ID or your job card. It is very, very clear. If you're going to use the main roads, this is what should happen, essentially. But you see, we woke up in the morning, there's that element of surprise. Obviously, they didn't want people to know what measures they've put in place, because all of a sudden, if you look at where the roadblocks have been put, outside the CBD, it's clear it's trying to prevent any roads leading into the CBD. So, in essence, they should have then said, if you are supposed to go to work, this is what you need to do. Carry your job card, carry your ID. Now, how do you access the CBD? Don't use motorbikes. You can't use PSV, because we've seen photos of a lot of buses and matatus that were lined up to drop passengers into the city, but they were told, you know what? You have to just turn around. Our guests today, some of them, they were told you have to turn around. So it should have been made clear, but because we're waking up to this, this is the kind of situation you're seeing. And I'm looking at reports from Bunyala roundabout. Police are turning away pedestrians who want to access the city into their businesses. You earlier talked about businesses. So even business people can't go to open their shops or do anything from the shops. You don't have that access.
Who's being doubted here? And I think that's the big question, is that where is the threat really coming from? And so then we see that a lot of people inconvenienced this morning by what we see. We're going to take a little tour tonight to Mombasa, where our reporter Tobias Chanji is on ground. He's going to give us a little bit of insight into what is going on. Brother, good morning.
A very good morning, Ondo and Dennis. Indeed, when Mombasa is no longer Mombasa Raha, as it used to be, tension all over. And unlike in Nairobi, where we've seen roads barricaded, in Mombasa, it's free flow, but very few activities that are happening currently with the heavy presence of police and CBD. Some of the schools have turned away students. We've seen several shops. They have closed. And before this day, the human rights activities that are activists that have been planning for this protest had written to the police, notifying them of today's protest. But police had thwarted any means of participating in this protest, saying that they've received intelligence information that goons might infiltrate the protest, begging the question from the activists, if the goons will infiltrate, then why can't they just arrest these goons? We've also been able to speak to a number of these human rights activists from Huri and several other human rights groups, and they are saying that they're being followed or rather trailed by the police officers. Indeed, you can just even spot several plainclothes police officers hovering and moving around. Remember also yesterday what happened in Diani. Over 5,000 gentes, mostly from Nairobi, who would come up to participate in the annual summer tides in Diani. Most of them were blocked and even returned away to Diani. Quite a number of them have also slept at the SGR offices in Mombasa, and some were able to leave this morning. And on my way coming to the office from Diani, could also spot some of them who were stranded. Actually, some of them even slept outside. Yesterday, as we were asking the police what was the essence of putting that roadblock towards Dogo Kundu, cutting off Kwale County and Mombasa, and the OCPD at the airport told us that it's because of the alcohol blow, though it was hard to spot an alcohol blow around, but most of those that we interviewed said that there was fear that some of these youth might turn up for protests in Nairobi.
Just from some clarification, Tobias.
Yes.
What the police were telling folks is that they wanted to make sure that nobody was under the influence of alcohol trying to make it into or leave the city. Is that the reason that they were giving?
Yeah, that's what some of them were telling us. Remember that it's not in Mombasa, but it was in Diani. Diani is in Kwale County.
In Kwale, yes.
So they were accessing to the bypass Dongokundu towards the SGR now in Mombasa. And that was the exit that were given. But immediately that 2 p.m. SGR left to Nairobi, then the roads were opened. But now they couldn't travel anywhere. Because there was no SDR, as they claimed that there was some technical hitch. So prompting most of them, because they had spent quite some money towards that summer tide. And though it was an entertainment event that has been there for 3 years now, you could also hear some political sentiments during, especially on Friday and Saturday, where they were chanting some songs, especially that are not good to the ears of some of the politicians. So with many saying this might have also contributed to what befell them yesterday and also today.
So looking into the city, into the CBD, you said that there's movement is not being prohibited, but that businesses are not open, or are people reporting to work? What are we seeing that's happening at about this time? It's 9:30 in the morning. What's happening by now?
Yeah, people are moving to work. So most offices we've seen and the shops still remain closed, and we are not seeing any small groups as it usually happens. Remember that in Mombasa, most of the demonstration protests usually start on Moyo Avenue at the famous elephant tusk, Mapembe and Dove, and we've been there a few minutes ago. We've witnessed heavy presence of plainclothes policemen and also the DCI officials, and they're making sure that there's no people assembling there as it has been the norm, even as we know that most tourists also usually like taking pictures, photographs from that particular area. But today, we haven't seen anything of the sort. On this avenue also, there are so many showrooms, and most of the car dealers are also lamenting that there's, because of tension, they can't open their showrooms because they can become a target. But comparing to the last protest that happened the 25th of June, we witnessed quite calmness during that particular protest, as even policemen walked side by side with protesters. But according to these activists, they claim this might be so because maybe because there was the presence of the president who was around. Remember that he had come for the burial of the father of Kilifi Governor Gideon Mungaro, and maybe that one explains that's why police could not even throw a tear gas, and even the protesters were making sure that no goons had infiltrated those particular protests.
Tobias Chanji is our reporter. He's on ground in Mombasa, of course, giving us insights of what's happening in the city and what is happening out in Diani, and then trying to move into Nairobi yesterday. Of course, Diani in Kwale County. Tobias, want to thank you for joining us at this time. We're going to patch back with you later, of course. And in the meantime, brother, you need to keep safe. Thanks so much for doing this.
Thank you.
All right, looking into Nakuru in a short while to see what's going on there, but we're going to take a break at this point. It is Sabas Saba Day, and the Situation Room takes a spot check around what's happening around the country. And there on your screens, of course, you're seeing the situation report from Nairobi, looking at parts of Mombasa, and we'll look at other parts of the country. Freedom Association, of course, being curtailed today, and questions are being asked about whether this anniversary, which marks the beginning of pro-democracy, is actually still being remembered. And that's the space in which we're operating in. Folks are decrying freedom of movement is being curtailed. Okari?
Well, you're looking at all the main roads. There's a video I'm actually watching here. An ambulance denied entry into the CBD And it's unbelievable. Just looking at this video right here, this is Uhuru Highway. So this is just right behind Nyamweya House, where there's another roadblock with police officers. So I'm looking at this ambulance that has been stopped and told to turn back. I'm seeing another video here, tear gas still along Kenyatta Avenue towards, as you go towards State House Road. So there's tear gas there. I don't see crowds. It's still very wet out there on the roads. I'm looking at other pictures here, deserted most parts of the CBD, but at Westlands, the roundabout has been reopened so that people can then turn back. If in case you find yourself on that road, you can easily turn back. But something that is of a concern is in Karatina town, where goons have blocked the roads, pelting stones at vehicles. I'm just looking at a story that has been done by someone here, and the roads that have been blocked along the Nakuru-Nairobi highway, situation is a bit chaotic there. Motorists are being advised to exercise extreme caution. That basically told to use alternative routes, considering that there are disruptions on that main highway just for their safety. Jivanji, Moi Avenue looks pretty much empty. Bunyala Road roundabout, people being turned away. And if we cross now to CBD in Kisumu, there's no traffic. Vehicles are moving smoothly. Businesses are opening. Not many, but they've opened. Masinde Muliro Gardens, police have completely sealed it off. There is no assembly there. So business operations in Kisumu, like I said earlier, remains normal on the this morning. Shops opening as usual. Streets, people are out on the streets. Those are some of the pictures that we are getting and some video clips that we're getting and updates that we're getting on this other end.
It's Sabas Saba Day, and we're looking into the pictures that are essentially characterizing this day from different parts of the country. The situation will come back after the short break and continue to look at what's going on. We'll take a look at what's happening in Nakuru, and we'll be joined by Gashohi there in a short while. But before we do that, just remember that we'll take your calls as well to get a bit of an insight into what Kenyans are feeling this morning into this day, where interestingly there's a drizzle over the city and the country. So let's come back and look after that at 26 minutes to 10. This is the Situation Room. We'll be back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
When you are unwell, you need a healthcare partner who will prioritize your welfare. Aga Khan University Hospital has brought specialized care near to you through their 54 medical centers across East Africa. And now the hospital has brought world-class care to Raptor Road, Westlands at the Promenade Building. Some of the specialist services offered in this clinic include family physician, pediatricians, well baby, gynecologist, ENT specialist, counseling psychologist, nutrition and weight loss, among others. The Aga Khan University Hospital has also made medical checkups more available through our subsidized wellness packages. These packages are available at a clinic in your neighborhood. Do not wait until it is complicated. When diseases are detected early, there are more treatment options, better outcomes and quicker recovery. From as low as 10,415, you can get a comprehensive medical checkup in this clinic and at any of our medical centers. Visit any Aga Khan University Hospital Medical Center in your hood today or call 0730-011-888. Aga Khan University Hospital. World-class care here and now.
The Ministry of Health is conducting a typhoid and measles rubella vaccination campaign in all the 47 counties from 5th to 14th July 2025. The typhoid vaccine will be administered to children aged 9 months to 14 years. The measles rubella vaccine will be administered to children aged 9 months to 5 years. These vaccines are safe, effective, and available free of charge at all health facilities, schools, markets, and places of worship near you. Typhoid is a serious disease that spreads through contaminated food and water. Maintain safe water and sanitation even after receiving the typhoid vaccine. Measles is highly contagious. It can cause severe complications and even death. Vaccination against measles offers the best protection against the disease. Let's protect our children from typhoid and measles rubella. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Health in collaboration with UNICEF and the World Health Organization.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Continuing on this Sabas Saba day at 22 minutes to the top of the hour, and looking into what's going on around the country, the Situation Room takes a look and says, well, okay, fine, there is restriction of movement into different parts of the city, and we're seeing also then hearing from Mombasa and other parts where it seems to be quiet and things are at a dull roar. But we're going to keep an eye on this as we go through the day. And we're now currently joined by our reporter who is in Nakuru. Kennedy Gashohi joins us at this time. Kennedy, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
We're doing fine, just keeping a watch on whatever is happening in Nakuru city around concerning the Sabas Saba day.
Okay, do tell us what's going on. It's still so quiet at this point, or let us know what's going on.
Well, business is going on very slowly. We have most of the businesses closed down, and even the public transport is very slow. Very few people are traveling because of the fear of what may happen during the day or even in the afternoon. At the moment, we have some of the traders even camping outside their businesses, some of them armed with just any weapon they can find, just to ensure that they can try and keep away the goons who may try to maybe loot their businesses, because last time they were blaming the police, that the police were just there watching as their businesses were being looted. So today, most of them have some of their workers armed with some just crude weapons, just to ensure that their businesses remain safe. But we also have very heavy police presence along the streets, because we have seen the Nakuru Central OCS giving instructions to various formations, various groups of police officers who are patrolling at very strategic places which are being targeted by goons last month.
And does it look like it's going to remain quiet? I mean, it's difficult to tell in some of these cases, isn't it, Gashohi? But does it look like it might remain a quiet Monday through Nakuru?
Well, going by what has been happening in the past, we have seen that the protests usually start at around noon or maybe 11. But as of now, the situation is very calm, save for the few incidences that we have seen. Maybe the police are dispersing groups of youths in the informal settlements. But within Nakuru town, we have not had any incident of any chaos or maybe groupings of people who will be having protests or maybe even goons. But we are looking maybe to see what will happen later in the day, because maybe they will mobilize themselves in the afternoon or just turn up. We don't know who will turn up. Will it be the maybe organized goons, or will be the peaceful protesters? At the moment, it's unpredictable because none of them have been spotted in town.
Okay, so where are you actually located? Where are you currently in the coming in from? Let's take it from a Nairobi perspective. Where are you right now? And you had mentioned that people are going about their business slowly. Do we see heavy police presence, kind of like what we see in Nairobi?
Yes, I'm actually along Nakuru's Kenyatta Avenue, which is the main street of Nakuru town. That is the main street that carries a majority of the businesses. Most of them have been locked down. We have just workers having chit-chat outside the closed businesses, and the police moving around in vehicles, some of them on foot. And it shows that they are very ready to maybe face any eventuality because of last time, whatever happened to businesses, we have seen some of the traders actually who have just locked up their businesses. We have seen reinforced doors. Some of them have double doors, steel doors that have been installed maybe just yesterday, some over the weekend. And it shows that people are actually very worried about what might happen. They are very worried about counting losses after just having other losses just after maybe 2 weeks after the other protest happened. At the moment, we are not seeing any sign of protest within town. We are not even seeing the lone protesters who have in the past been seen, and then they come somehow spark the attraction to having groups of protesters coming together. But at the moment, we are seeing a very calm town. We just a few people. Some of the markets are still closed. The Nakuru Wakulima market is partly closed. The Nakuru Top market is partly closed. And remember, these are the main sources of farm supplies, food supplies that are used in most of the hotels. We are seeing some of the businesses just opening a section of the door and maybe selling to some few traders and then locking down the business again, just to ensure that they are not caught unawares when the protests kick in.
All right, so we're going to keep tabs, of course, and check back with you later, and then see how things occur. But, as I'm saying to everybody else this morning, stay safe, brother, and we'll patch back in with you later.
Thank you.
So Kennedy Gasho, he is our reporter. He is in Nakuru, tells us that, things are, quiet for the moment, even with the police presence that's there to just kind of keep things at bay. But isn't this the picture that we see around the country at the moment, that everything seems to be on lockdown? We've seen some videos on X from some of the folks in the media fraternity, journalist fraternity, where they're saying, I've never seen Nairobi on a lockdown like this. Essentially, that's what it is, that there's very little to no movement within the city into the CBD.
The last time we had something like this was in 2020, COVID, and this was after hours where no movement at all, not even a dog or even a cat at night.
Yeah.
So businesses completely shut down, no human beings in town apart from the police. Well, the very latest, because we have reporters from the Standard Group around the country, there's a report, Deputy Inspector General Gilbert Masengeli, Director of Operations Adamson Mungai, with other senior police officials are currently patrolling University Way roundabout. I'm seeing pictures of them walking around that area, just looking at how things are. We cross to Kisii. Police officers are keeping vigil because youths are gathering in town ahead of the planned Sabas Saba protest. So businesses in the town, this is Kisii town, remain closed. And then I'm looking at pictures of those businesses actually closed. By 9:30, some shops around the Kisumu bus park remained closed, which is an unusual thing and an unusual sight at that hour when most businesses are typically open. So the slow opening is likely linked to obviously the heightened caution ahead of the Sabas Saba commemoration. Then we've got current situation in Kitengela town. Locals are going about their duties and business as usual. Roads remain very clear. I'm seeing police vehicles just patrolling the roads. Nothing more to report from Kitengela. Kenyatta Avenue roundabout in the CBD near Nyamweya House is completely sealed off.
Okay.
No entering CBD at all. I earlier talked about that ambulance that was just turned back, and that's the situation we are seeing around the country. Ndu?
Well, look, and this is, and again, I guess, the person who said is that a picture does tell 1,000 words, essentially, is that nobody is going to be allowed into the city, whether you're in a vehicle or whether you're you're on foot. That's what it looks like right now, that into the CBD is where you will not be allowed to go.
Yep.
But the protests, for whatever reason, is that they from the side of who makes the order, is that nobody should come into the city, that you should not protest, that you should not mandamana, as it would be, that there's a way to do this. But I don't know that it is achieving the goal or the purpose for which it's being carried out in this manner. Does it not infuriate people just a little bit more?
It does. And what is interesting is the police inspector general spoke and talked about peaceful protests and said that people should, if they're demonstrating, you should do it peacefully. They will go hard on goons. They talked about all this. So all they were saying was, all we knew was, okay, so this is going to be allowed, so people will go to the city, those who will protest will. Then you wake up in the morning, they go as far back as Githurai 45 if you're going through Thika Road. You're talking about Mombasa Road all the way from GM. Road shut if you're coming down from Langata. So it's ensuring that you have layers of roadblocks so that to stop anybody from accessing the CBD, either if you're coming from Kiambu at the DCI area, nobody coming into the city from that area. So this was clearly planned, and unfortunately for a lot of the PSVs and people who wanted to go about their businesses, this will be the picture throughout the day. We don't know, because last time we were here, after 10, around 11, 12, things changed totally.
That's true.
So with the way things are, nobody accessing the CBD, if something happens within the CBD, because a lot of the business people are very, very worried, and there's precaution. Earlier we were talking to Davies, who was saying, talking to the police officers, that what they are also ensuring is that nobody gets into the city, because business people have complained. They've gone through so much loss, so they're also protecting businesses. So it's a precaution to go through those security checks. So if anything then happens to those businesses, it will be clear that these are not protesters who have entered the city, if that was to happen.
It's true.
So that's what I'll be curious to just see how the day pans out, because if we have businesses broken into, and if we have robberies in the city happening,
and you stop people from getting into the city,
then who are those people?
Absolutely. And those are the questions that essentially should be asked. I want to ask also that, when we look beyond the brick and mortar issues of shutting down a city, whether you're shutting down Nairobi, shutting down Nakuru, Mombasa, Kisumu, whatever the case may be, when you look at those, it's clear that you have barricades, you have footmen on the ground, boots on the ground to, get it shut down, essentially. That does this tame the psyche of folks who are asking you to open up your democratic space? Because that's the picture that we are seeing beyond the brick and mortar, that there is a call for proper governance, that there is a call that there was on the 7th of July 1990, and we're seeing the same character of call in July 2025, and that you're seeing that essentially 50 years later? How many, did I do my math wrong? 1990, 35 years later, that you're seeing essentially the same thing. 35 years later, that you're seeing that there's still a call for good governance, that there's a call for reform. Take your pick, wherever reform that you're looking at it. So when you block the roads, when you stop me from speaking, when you stop me from walking, when you stop me from asking questions, does that dull the reform? Does it kill the idea in people's minds that you have to get things working?
I think it emboldens people. Njeri was here saying, when they were making those plans to go to Kamukunji, and they were reaching out to the other political colleagues, and there was a conversation around, okay, so half of you go the half of us will not participate because we know you will be arrested. And so when that happens, we will come now to your rescue. So it was clear, and the organization then was, there are buses that will come from Kisumu, there are buses that will come from Mombasa, there are buses that will come from Kakamega. That was the mobilization. This is 35 years ago. That mobilization was there, but it was stopped. And so a few people were arrested. Of course, these were the leaders around the time were arrested, so that there is no communication to mobilize these people coming. So 35 years later, we are seeing the same pattern play out. And it's the same political playbook. So stop any form of mobilization. I mean, you look at across those years, Kenya's political landscape has repeatedly seen this pattern play out. And beyond that is outsourcing violence, and outsourcing violence through goons or thugs that morph into other outfits. But the potent tool that remains is when you gather numbers to push a certain cause, whether you stop them physically, it doesn't mean that you stop them mentally, doesn't mean that you stop them from doing whatever they want to do in other avenues, especially now with social media, which is a tool that is so difficult to manage. The conversations are ongoing there. When we were shut down, so you stop the broadcast of this live protest, which is analog, people are still accessing these things on TikTok, on YouTube. So the assumption that you can still use the old political playbook to stop access to information, access of movement into the CBD, access to people to gather, it still doesn't stop people from agitating the same things they're agitating. It doesn't.
It doesn't. And then, are we looking at counterproductive measures here? Because this is the thing, that can you really operate in a democratic space when you're not going to allow people to express their democratic will? That under the tenets of a constitution, which requires certain things can be done. I'm not even having the conversation about age here. I'm talking about a Kenyan's right to then be able to express themselves, for which sovereignty has been granted to them. It's theirs. It's their right. And this sovereignty, whether it's to express yourself as an individual or to express yourself as part of a larger group, then are we saying that you're operating in a democratic space? So who will compete against whom? Can the mind compete against the roadblock? And I would say absolutely that it can. That it may be a roadblock which precludes you from getting into the city, but that roadblock does not preclude your mind from operating in the manner in which it is. That will you be stopped from getting into the city this morning? Perhaps, if you're going to protest. But will you be stopped from willing, thinking, wishing, hoping for better governance? Will you be stopped from willing, wishing, thinking, and hoping for the end to corruption? Proper values when it comes to the infrastructure of the nation, when it comes to education and health, when it comes to the basic livelihoods of Kenyans? I say the barricade stops you from getting into the city this morning. The barricade stops you from movement. But does it stop your mind from its movement? That there should be no people that will be hurt or violated or killed today. That there should be no people who essentially would walk into the barb of the barricade. But that doesn't cage your mind. That it's Sabas Saba. But what happens on the 8th of July? What happens on the 9th of July or the 10th of August? That will you continue living out your democratic right or your democracy in fear and trembling, essentially? And I think these are the questions that we ought to ask. That what happens when the barricades come down? Or will you forever live in a shackled state?
You know, there is a hope that come tomorrow, because you've said what happens on the 8th of July, that we will quickly go back to business as usual and just forget what happened on the 7th, which is today. It doesn't work that way, because we are, I'll say, in Kenya, we have always been in this perpetual state of elections. And what politicians will do is to keep us in that cycle to mask poor, bad governance. So that it's a blame game. It is us versus them, it's the opposition versus this, it is this individual versus that individual. And that's why, if you watch the news, what the political class keep talking about are individuals. They keep saying, we will not allow our country to go this direction because of this person. So they keep pegging this conversation around individuals so that they mask everything else that they're doing. But they're forgetting that we are in a totally different era. There's a different conversation. And this conversation is a conversation around justice, is a conversation around impunity, is a conversation around corruption, is a conversation around poor leadership and poor governance, is a separate conversation that is after accountability. And because these two things are totally separate, what the politicians will always do, will always try to push us to the brink of this, it is this ethnic group versus that ethnic group. And this is the same thing we saw from the late 60s. I was just doing a quick check here from the 1960s to the 1980s, when we were talking about the single party era and the rise of Kanu youth wingers. The conversation were around, people are using pangas back then, iron bars and clubs. The government of the day was using muscle through the police to make sure that we keep this opposition in check. Come 1992, same thing, YK92. It was the same conversation. Now we come to 1997, where we started seeing ethnic cleansing in some parts of this country, unfortunately. 2007, 2008, we saw a repeat of the same thing again, where we had the post-election crisis, gangs on the streets. We had all these outfits that were out everywhere, and there was killing, there was mayhem. We've moved from that, and now we're talking about present day. 2025, we are seeing goons resurfacing in political clashes. So it is us versus them. So us will use goons to go against them. So it's the same playbook, but the conversation shifted a long time ago, and it will not be stopped by roadblocks.
There you go. It won't be. And that's what I'm saying. It gets to a point, where you hit the ceiling, you hit the wall, and many would argue that it hasn't gotten to the point where people say, it's enough is enough. But this kind of curtailing of freedoms, because it's nothing beyond that. When we see the curtailing of freedom, then it is a wounded animal that fights, that attacks. It's a wounded animal that is going to guard, or threatened one that is going to guard its territory and do what? Attack you with its claws, or in this case, attack you with its barricades. And so you have to ask your question, what threat do you pose? And not all threats, in my opinion, are bad. There are some threats that will pose as opportunity for you to open up your spaces and make countries that you speak about that are void of corruption, that are void of impunity, that are void of poor governance, but actually start to make steps into a direction whereby you say, okay, this is how we can operate within an order, whether it's the world order, whether it's the order of the nation, but in order. And this is what people are asking for. It can be you, it can be me, it can be somebody else tomorrow, but it's got to start somewhere. For us to have these conversations on the situation, we can't do them without you. Thank you for being here this morning. Keep safe. It doesn't matter what it is that you did today. Keep safe, whether it is in your mind or with your body or in your spirit. These conversations must continue. We'll keep you abreast of what's going on. And of course, stay tuned to KTN and SpiceFM as we continue to look into how the day will turn out. Be safe at 10 o'clock. Good morning.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Security in Nairobi remains tight, with police officers blocking major roads leading into the central business district ahead of planned protests. Anti-riot police have mounted roadblocks on major roads including Jogoo Road, Mombasa Road, Thika Road, Kiambu Road, Uhuru Highway and Valley Road. KTN's Gloria Milimo, who's been reporting from the Bunyala Road roundabout, says the CBD is a no-go zone for non-emergency vehicles.
There are no vehicles that are currently being allowed to move towards that direction. Not even border guys are allowed to go past the roadblock where this has been mounted. We've managed to see a number of people, pedestrians are allowed to walk towards town. And earlier on also, before I arrived at work, I managed to see a roadblock that was mounted along the Haile Selassie Road. And also we've seen this along major roads like Waiyaki Way, Kenyatta Avenue, Valley Road. It's the same situation. No motorist is being allowed to go towards the city center unless it's an emergency.
On Thika Road, these road users say the roadblocks are necessary.
Sisi kama waendesha bodaboda tutapoteza pesa mingi sana leo kwa sababu sasa unajua hatuko kazi. Alafu pia vile unaona hii maeneo sasa vile kuko hivi, nimesaidia mtoto mwingine nimefika huku, lakini sasa kurudi imenishinda, nimefungiwa. Hiyo tu ndio shida sasa na changamoto tunaona sasa siku ya leo.
Hii ni ufala hii. Wanafunga barabara ya nini? Kwani sisi hatufai kufanya mambo yetu ya kawaida? Kuandamana ni right ya kila mtu, tunafaa kuandamana. So ifai ati wanatufungia barabara tusifanye mambo yetu. Kuandamana ndio lazima tuandamana, juu ni one time, lazima ende one time. Hata one time sijui itaisha.
Meanwhile, pedestrians are bearing the brunt of the road closures, with many having to trek.
There is a lot of disarray. They have literally blocked every way that we can access town. And we came in the morning so that we can evacuate those of them that came in the morning. They are to work because there are no matatus here. Police have blocked us. We cannot access Nairobi. All paths to Nairobi and out, they are not allowing us.
Mimi nimetembea na miguu. Ni shida ilikuwa ni gari. Nimeona hata nimeingia pale town, hakuna magari, hakuna nini, tunahuzunika sana.
This comes a day after Public Service CS Geoffrey Ruku announced that today would be a normal working day. He warned all government employees against failure to report to duty, saying it would attract disciplinary action. In Trans Nzoia County, a number of residents have called on those participating in today's protest to be peaceful. They've noted that recent demonstrations escalated into violence, disrupted learning and endangered lives.
Sabas Saba si jambo mbaya na pia maandamano si mbaya kwa sababu iko kwa katiba, lakini tunapoangalia ni maandamano ambayo watu wengi wanakufa kama Gen Z. Wenda wewe umeenda kuandamana kwa amani, lakini katikati ya hiyo maandamano wengi wanaingia kuharibu vitu za watu. Tunajua kuna challenge watu wanapitia kama taifa na si Kenya peke yake. Dawa si kuharibu mali za watu. Kama unataka kutoa rais, si kuharibu vitu za watu. Vijana wakate tambulisho, tungoje kupiga kura.
Naitwa Sami Wafula. Hata hawa polisi pia ni vijana wetu, hawa polisi mandugu zetu, hawa polisi ni wenzetu. Sisi wote tuko chini ya sheria. Sasa tufuate tu sheria.
In other news, High Court Judge Chacha Mwita is today expected to deliver judgment in a petition challenging the government's directive requiring Kenyans to disclose their mobile phone international mobile equipment identity or IMEI numbers. Last year, the Communication Authority directed all phone manufacturers, retailers and mobile network operators to upload the IMEI number of each device to a KRA-provided portal as part of efforts to enhance tax compliance and combat counterfeit devices. Katiba Institute moved to court to challenge the directive, arguing that it amounts to unconstitutional surveillance and an infringement on the right to privacy. Last December, the court issued conservatory orders temporarily suspending the enforcement of the directive, pending the determination of the case. At least 81 people have been confirmed dead in Central Texas and another 41 are missing following flash floods on Friday. 68 of the fatalities, including 28 children, were in Kerr County, where a Riverside Christian Girls Camp was deluged. Figures are changing quickly as rescuers continue to search for the missing, and officials say the death toll is certain to rise. That's the Newswire. I'm Ed.